guys good? Everybody ready? Everybody good? Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the City of Palm Coast City Council business meeting this morning. It is Tuesday, February the 20th. It's 9 a.m. and we are in City Hall Community Wing. If I could, first of all, thank you all for coming and showing your interest in all that we do. We appreciate your attendance at every meeting. But I would ask that you rise and join me in our Pledge of Allegiance. Following the pledge, you're welcome to remain standing for a moment of silence to reflect, meditate, pray, or pause for a moment. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. And if I could ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Mayor Alfin.
Present.
Vice Mayor Danko.
Here.
Councilmember Hyder.
Present.
Councilmember Clufus.
Present.
Councilmember Ponteri.
Present.
All members are present.
Next item on our agenda this morning are proclamations, and we'll begin with Councilman Clufus, a proclamation noting that February is Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month, and I believe we have members from the school district here.
Council, pardon my back. Thank you guys for being here this morning. Whereas the City of Palm Coast is committed to the well-being and protection of our youth, the safety of our communities, and to fostering a society based upon mutual respect for one another, with zero tolerance for any forms of victimization and abuse. Whereas teen dating violence is a serious crime that can involve physical, sexual, verbal, emotional, economic, or other abusive behavior, including harassment and cyberbullying via texting, emailing, instant messaging, or posting on social media. And whereas women who are 16 to 24 years in age are more vulnerable to intimate partner violence, experiencing abuse at a rate of nearly triple the national average. And whereas 1 in 3 adolescents in the United States is a victim of physical, emotional, or verbal abuse from a dating partner, a figure that far exceeds rates of other types of youth violence. 1 in 10 high school students has been purposefully hit, slapped, or physically harmed by a boyfriend or girlfriend. 1 in 10 teens reported sexual victimization from a dating partner, and 1 in 4 teens in a relationship report their boyfriend or girlfriend isolating them from all friends and family. And whereas young people who have been victimized by an abusive dating partner can experience serious negative effects to their physical and emotional health and are more likely to be depressed, develop low self-esteem, perform poorly in school, and engage in risky behaviors such as drug and alcohol use, and contemplate or even attempt suicide. Whereas while dating violence affects teens across all races, genders, religions, nationalities, orientations, and socioeconomic statuses, it disproportionately affects lesbian, gay, and bisexual youth who experience rates of intimate partner violence that are almost twice as high as the rates for heterosexual youth. Transgender youth report even higher rates of victimization and dating violence than their heterosexual peers. And whereas parents and guardians of victims of dating abuse are often unaware of the problem, studies show that only 33% of teens in an abusive relationship ever told anyone about the behavior, and 81% of parents responded either that teen dating abuse is not an issue or that they did not know whether it was an issue. And whereas Flagler County Advocates Alliance is working to increase public understanding of this problem and mobilize community efforts to end teen dating violence. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Mayor and City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, that February 2024 be officially designated as Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month, and applaud the efforts of the many victim service providers, police officers, prosecutors, national and community organizations, and private sector supporters for their efforts in promoting awareness about teen dating violence. Signed this 20th day of February 2024, David Alphin, Mayor, City of Palm Coast. Thank you. Absolutely. No, thank you. Something. One of you guys. No? No, one of you guys. Yeah, John's got it. Sir? Absolutely. Proclamation?
Good morning, Mayor, Council. I am here today with our Domestic Violence Task Force for Flagler County. They are an amazing group who does so much to bring light around domestic violence and the dangers of domestic violence in our communities and the impact that it has on our youth. So thank you all for being here today, and thank you, Mayor and City Council, for this proclamation.
We'll line up in front here. Yeah, we'll take a nice picture. Who's going to be the come on this side too. Want to follow that?
Our second proclamation this morning is one that I would think everyone in the room is very familiar with, because this is, in fact, American Heart Month, so befitting for the month of February with Valentine's Day, and we're just extending the heartfelt wishes. But the proclamation, and who do I have? Tammy, good. Very good. Good morning, doctor. And what's your specialty? So we have a cardiologist in the house, in case anybody needs to know that. Also very fitting, so I appreciate that very, very much. And I promise I won't keep you long, because I know your other work is way more important, but this is very important. Whereas the heart is the cornerstone of our existence, beating tirelessly to sustain our lives and symbolizing resilience, love, and vitality. And whereas heart disease remains the leading cause of death for men and women in the United States, claiming hundreds of thousands of lives each year. And whereas cardiovascular diseases such as coronary artery disease, stroke, and hypertension disproportionately affect individuals of all ages, races, and backgrounds, highlighting the urgent need for awareness, prevention, and action. And whereas through education, healthy lifestyle choices, and access to quality health care, many forms of heart disease are preventable, empowering individuals to take charge of their heart health and live longer, healthier lives. And whereas during American Heart Month, we reaffirm our commitment to promoting heart health, raising awareness about the importance of cardiovascular wellness, and supporting research and innovation to combat heart disease and its risk factors. And whereas we honor the healthcare professionals, researchers, advocates, and volunteers who tirelessly work to advance cardiovascular health and improve outcomes for individuals and families affected by heart disease. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, that February 2024 be officially designated as American Heart Month. Say a word.
Thank you all for this. We love that our partnership that we have with Advent Health Palm Coast and Advent Health Palm Coast Parkway for serving this community and protecting your hearts. So thank you very much.
And I would just ask the doctor if you give us 1 to 3 things that each of us could do for a healthier heart. And I know I'm putting you on the spot.
That's fine. Thank you for having us. The number one thing is drink plenty of fluids. Number 2 is eat a well-balanced diet. Number 3 is exercise. And avoid salts. A lot of salts, just avoid most of those. You can take a lot of prevention by doing that. Eat a lot of fruits and vegetables, and it'll keep your heart healthy, and exercise every day.
Doctor, thank you so much. Take a picture of that.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is a presentation regarding an update on the comprehensive plan amendment. So if you would, please proceed.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, Ray Tyner, Deputy Chief Development Officer. We just wanted to touch base, a little brief update on our Imagine 2050 of our comprehensive plan. So today, briefly, we're going to speak about our Phase 1 accomplishments. We're now moving into Phase 2 of the comprehensive plan engagement process. We'll talk a little bit about the events that we have had, our social pinpoint, our online interaction, and how successful that has been, our draft project schedule, and then our next steps. So our Phase 1, our outreach summary. So we got really clear direction from City Council that we wanted to touch as many people as possible on our effort for our outreach for our update of our comprehensive plan. So we took a really multifaceted prong approach to that. Number 1 is, go to the people. That's very important. Have the folks come to us. High tech, low tech, and our goal is to try to reach out to as many people as possible. So from the start, what we did too is, we have a lot of civic organizations in the city of Palm Coast. We have a lot of homeowner associations in the city of Palm Coast. So what we did is, drafting a letter to each homeowner association in the city of Palm Coast, sending it out to them, civic organizations, trying to get them to contact us, and trying to be a little assertive on this is we want to speak to you. We want to engage. Our staff wants to come ask questions during this Phase 1 process. And we got a lot of feedback from them. We still continue to strive to try to reach out to as many as that we can. We would call them on the telephone to follow up on the letters that we sent out. So as you can see up here, part of our, some of our homeowner association, you can see the top picture is with Grand Haven, a very successful event. We had a great turnout there. So the other facet of not only civic organizations, community groups, but also our public events. You know that we have tons of events that we have throughout the year. And you look on the left-hand side, starting in October 11th of our community kickoff that we had at our community center, and all those events that we had some form of public engagement where we're handing out cards, we're talking to people one-on-one. Hey, what do you think about the city? What could we do better? And documenting all that information and providing that information to our consultant as well so we can gather that information, analyze it, and start our Phase 2 process. Brittany is not here today, but I will tell you a big part of our engagement was a big part of our communication and marketing team put together. They have a variety of interactive activities online on Social Pinpoint, a site that's totally dedicated to the outreach efforts of the comprehensive plan. They provide frequently asked questions. They put tutorials of 2050 videos, and interactive exercises that is going to be really useful data and inputting this data. We have had, just so far to date, and this was, I think, 2 weeks ago, we've already had like 3,000 hits on our site that people are engaging. And I will tell you, we have these QR codes, right, that we have these business cards that talk about Imagine 2050. When we're also at the events, trying to communicate with many people as we can, we are handing out these QR codes. We were at the home show, handing out these QR codes. The parade handing out these QR codes, and you know, it's Christmas time and the holiday season, so we had candy canes that were kind of stuck to them and trying to really engage. We are also, you know, actively engaging with our Flagler schools. You know, we've got a program that our light team and engagement, and even on our platform here, Social Pinpoint, we have a section that's geared for our youth as well. Been very impressed with it. So phase two, we're now going to a phase two. So what does that mean? So first, the public engagement does not stop. It will continue to go on. It will just take on a new form. So this data that we have received, the boards during the community engagement, the stickers, we cataloged all that information. That information is sent to our consultant and utilizing them to look and evaluate that data and to see what the community is saying, okay? So basically, out of this data, we are proposing to draft some core plan and values. What are the core things that we're hearing? Let's develop some core values, a list of these core values. Let's also, I think we have enough data to draft a draft vision statement as well that we would bring to City Council, the workshop, at our next workshop next month is what we're anticipating, to bring these core values in a draft vision statement to look at and an update of what we've been hearing. Also during phase two, we're going to be working on the data and analysis. That's the highly technical information. We've already started that. For example, with the technical and data analysis that goes along, part of the comp plan is updating our transportation element of our comprehensive plan. So as you can imagine, we've heard some things about transportation, right? Our roads, and we've heard that from the community. So our transportation element, our data analysis is actually, we are modeling the city. We have hired a consultant that's going to be part of our impact fee update as well. But looking out at 2050, looking at our roadways, looking at our land uses, seeing how the roads are going to be impacted up to, 2050, and then how we best manage that and see when those roads and what the level of service those roads are. Also the environmental data, updating that, conservation areas, wetlands. So a lot of work goes into the data analysis as well in that phase one. And then the community outreach form itself will change. We'll continue to do the community outreach, reach out to the civic groups, reach out during our special events, and continue the process. So if you can see here, we're done with phase one. And I talked a little bit about phase two and what's to come. And then we have phase three. Again, the public outreach continues. The data analysis, maybe at that point we'll be ready to start drafting some of the goals, objectives, and policies, and then up to phase four with a comprehensive plan update. This one is, I want to, the key thing here is, you have to set a goal, right? We have to have kind of how we manage things is we have a deadline, and then we make a deadline, and then we go back from that deadline so we can be successful if that's the deadline we want to reach. So we chose August 20th for a transmittal hearing. What a transmittal hearing means is you have your goals, objectives, and policies. You transmit that to the state, they review it, and then they'll have comments, and all the agencies will have comments, and they'll bring that back, and then we'll, with City Council again, and an adoption hearing set for October 15th. That is kind of what we're working towards. So going back from that, the important thing is to look at that blue box of a draft. And again, I kind of asterisk this, dates are subject to change, but a lot of work is involved with city council regarding our elements and a draft timeline of workshops and looking at these certain elements. And then that's subject to change. I think the most important thing too is you have this goal, you work towards that goal, and that process of keeping the citizens engaged, not going too quickly. You know, we need to continue to have that engagement with the public, with city council as well, as we're moving that process forward. So again, our next steps is on March 12th. We're anticipating that we will have another joint workshop with city council and planning board members are invited as well. This is where our consultant's going to give a little bit more detail than what I'm doing here today on the public engagement, those next steps of what we're doing for phase 2. And then the following night, we do have a March 13th public engagement meeting at the community center again, open for the community. It's going to take a different form. We're looking at presentation, maybe online engagement activities. But that will start and kickstart our phase 2 outreach. And then, again, social pinpoint will change a little bit of dynamic, continue to reach out to different civic organizations and special groups. And then we're anticipating another workshop for another update on May 14th. So that's council. That is a brief update. Again, I'm looking forward to next month with our consultant for a little bit more detail. But it's been a while. I know y'all have seen us engaging, but I wanted to have a quick update.
Ray, if you just would, you spoke about it on a high level. What is the benefit to every resident in the city of Palm Coast with regard to the comprehensive plan? What does it actually do for them? And then that would help us understand the advantage for their participation.
Well, it's the outreach that's so important in this process. Their word, what they say, gears, and that information sets up the framework of their vision, of their vision statement, and these key building blocks of what they desire the community to be. And then that sets forth into draft policies to make sure that that's obtained.
And have we ever attempted this before?
First time we did was when we did our first comprehensive plan in 2004, so it's been a long time.
So this is really the first time that we've opened it up completely to the community.
Since 2000, yes, sir.
Any questions from city council
No,
members?
I just want to thank you for putting this together and bringing it to us. Thank
Just
you.
really quickly, thank you guys for the presentation and the quick update. The only thing that I wanted to see if we could make sure we're keeping an eye on and that we're getting updates on are the demographics that you're collecting for the research, as well as the areas that we're getting most of our feedback from. I know when we did the Parks and Rec survey, it kind of seemed to be like pocketed, I guess. So we had pockets of certain demographics that were more active than others and pockets of Palm Coast that were more active than others. So just to make sure that we're reaching everybody we possibly can, I'd like that information and just make sure we're keeping an eye on it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman, comment?
Just like to say thank you for the presentation, and I'd also like to say that I really appreciate cultivating the engagement with the community through the council and through the city of Palm Coast. So thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to this.
Councilman?
Absolutely, I would second that. But like the late John Nett said, if you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there. So this is tremendous, and I think our strategic action planning process also incorporates all the underlying fundamentals that we're trying to accomplish here. So thank you for all the hard work, and thank you to the community for engaging in this process.
So we'll see you again on March 12th, is it?
Yes, sir.
Very good. We look forward to it, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll move to the next agenda item, which is public participation. In order for city staff to be able to respond to your questions or concerns, please fill out a comment card with your contact information. The comment cards can be found on the table near the agendas or available from the Communications and Marketing Director seated in the back of the room. Anyone wishing to speak may approach the podium, provide their name, and may speak for up to 3 minutes. Please direct all comments to the mayor, be concise and to the point, avoid delaying or interrupting the proceedings, and do not make any irrelevant, impertinent, or slanderous comments. Any person who becomes disorderly may be barred from making any additional comments and may be removed. So with that, I would invite the first member of the public that would like to comment. Go ahead. Yes, sir. Oh, either one, please.
My name is David Kilpatrick. I moved in Palm Coast as after my daughter moved here and worked in the hospital here, and and we've enjoyed 16 years of being here in Palm Coast. Right now, we have some certain concerns because it seems like a lot is happening that's overtaxing our roads and everything else. And what's happening also now is we're asked to spend more money for the services of the city that come from the city, and it just seems like it's a lot of increase, but no great advantage to it. Just we're going to be paying out a good bit more for our trash collection and stuff like that. And we were under the impression when they changed the company that was picking up the trash and all that would improve, that we would have the type of trash collection where the trucks pick up the rubbish directly from the property. But that didn't happen. It just came out to be where the same thing, where they have to have people picking up the trash as you put it out. And different things like that didn't seem to improve, but yet we're now asked to spend a good bit more money to pay for those, each person in the city to pay for those services that the city provides. That's my concern.
Okay. Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please. Yes, sir.
Yes, my name is Stuart Sabatini, and my question is about how the water rates are applied. I'm not talking about the change in water rates.
Sir, if I may,
Yeah.
there's going to be public comment when we consider that agenda item.
But I'm not talking about the change in water
Go ahead.
rates. It's got nothing to do with that.
Go ahead.
It has to do with, right now you have classified as single-family residential or multifamily residential. I live in a condominium which the building is multifamily, but each unit has its own water meter. And since each water meter feeds a single family, I feel it should get those rates. So it's got nothing to do with your rate change. Basically, if two families use the same amount of water, they should be paying the same amount when they can. If it's multifamily, they can't. You don't know how much water each family is using in a multifamily situation. But if you got a single meter for each family, they should get the same rates as a house with a single meter for a family. That's basically that.
All right, I thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please. Please, yes, sir.
Good morning, Council.
Morning.
Mayor. My name is Vincent Mazzarella. I live at 158 Point Pleasant Drive, and I've lived here about 2 years. The first year was great, no problems with flooding, and then a new build appeared at the corner. As soon as it started going up, flooding problems began. It was way too high. It started overflowing into my yard and cutting a path through both sides of my yard and in the backyard. All of my grass is new about a year prior to this. There have been several storms that have came through, causing more and more damage. Each time it rains, it floods. It doesn't matter how little or how much. I reported the new build several times, causing damage, only to have my claims closed or an inspector come out with no solution or offer any help whatsoever. The swale has also caused Pine Tree to lean dangerously close to a power line and over the road due to the sinking swale. After it rains, my yard takes about 3 weeks to dry out completely because I live in a bowl. There's a new build upstream and a new build downstream. And there's an existing house right next to mine, which is really low. And they built my house about the same height as that low build. And the new build on the corner built really high, and it's causing all of our homes to flood along the upstream. I can't even go outside when it rains. My poor little dog has to pee on the lanai because he doesn't want to go in the water. It's too wet. And everybody's yard is about the same. My driveway is way lower than my downstream neighbors, and it causes all the water to pool in my yard, in my backyard, all over the whole entire street. And I live on the low side of a corner, so everything just flows to that side. I don't know what to do, but I mean, I don't know if we've consulted the Army Corps of Engineers. They did the New Orleans project. They cleaned up all the levees, and they come out and do it for free. I understand that you created a council, and you want to make that council, but the council doesn't have any power to do anything. The Army would do it for free, and they would solve this problem. I don't understand what the problem is as far as funding goes. I understand that that's a huge thing, but if the Army comes in and does it, the funding would be funded by the Army. I worked with the Corps of Engineers. They do a lot of projects basically for free. They're doing Daytona right now. I read an article last week where they said that Daytona was basically under a study by the Army, and they were going to fix all the drainage issues. So what I'm really concerned about is my yard is completely inundated with water. The only solution I could see is a complete regrade and complete resod. And who's going to pay for that? What's the expense? All the neighbors are in my immediate vicinity are experiencing the exact same thing from one build, and there's another build upstream. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Jeffrey Seib. My comments today have to do with the state appropriation process that has given us this $25 million disbursement to be used as a down payment on a new road to be built west of US 1. I am struggling with the reasoning behind this entire process when we have so many issues here and now, like our present roads in immediate need of repairs and widening, and the drainage and flooding problems we are experiencing. These problems could utilize those funds as a shot in the arm to get us going without, as we see in every city meeting, it seems, another department needing another tax or fee increase. For example, that $25 million could pay for the dredging costs of the entire saltwater canal system. This West Coast roadway will be a tax and fee boondoggle. The $25 million is just a down payment. I don't think we will be getting any more large appropriations from Tallahassee. A project of this size and scope could be a budget sponge. In a budgetary prioritizing environment, that West Coast roadway would be way below roadway improvements needed right here, right now. That money could help us to maintain the drainage system in the face of a wetter future with more water present in an already overloaded system. Understanding that's not going to happen in the future, as I have said before on other issues, we need to bring the public in on all the big city decisions in the planning stages prior to it being a done deal. I hope it wasn't the same anonymous stakeholders pushing this that the city seems to respond to on everything. On a footnote to this, the State Fish and Wildlife Commission manages the black bear population in distinct environmental areas around the state they call Bear Management Units, BMUs. That area west of US 1, the West Coast, is a bear management unit. The Fish and Wildlife Commission contracts with the University of Florida wildlife biologists, some of my former colleagues, to census the bear population and measure habitat quality for bears in each bear management unit. This area, the West Coast, this bear management unit, was found to be the most productive for bears in the entire state of Florida. I can only hope some consideration of that will go into any future plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, next speaker, please.
Peter Johnson, Palm Coast. Just to piggyback off to Mr. Seib, if you guys ever want to see some game camera pictures, I have tons of them with black bears from all over the area over on that side, so they're pretty prevalent. Just to touch on the Teen Dating Violence Awareness Proclamation, I know that this is not a city issue per se, but it was all over the news that the school board is going to be possibly removing some of the deputies for funding sources. I know we have our new sheriff's office liaison in the back, and I know you guys are in communication with the county, so on behalf of the citizens of Palm Coast who have students in the schools, I think it is pressing that Sheriff Staley keeps them, and I know he agrees with that statement, so I would do everything you could to make sure that those deputies remain. One other thing that I just wanted to touch on real quick, and I know that this has been an ongoing issue through some of the situations that I've dealt with, Hidden Lakes, Toscana, Seminole Woods, now the Point Pleasant situation. The notification process that the city is putting forward for the developers to reach out. Well, I understand that there's rules in 300 feet of property notification, and that I'm just concerned as to what input the community is putting in into what is being valued, because it seems that, and I've been to a few of these myself now, it seems that we are told certain things to basically shut you up at the meeting and not ask further questions and be upset about it. And then later on in the process, the excuse is, well, the land development code allows it and there's nothing really we can do about it. So while I get that they are doing what they need to by regulations to apply for these permits in the buildings, I really think that we could do more in the outreach, and specifically more in actually listening to the community's concerns. From the P section situation, it seemed like, once again, a natural vegetation buffer would have made a massive difference. So if we could just do something with that, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. No, you all.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Robert McDonald, Palm Coast. Morning. There are three things in my life that are more important than anything in the world. First, my family. The second, the fire service. And third, what happens to the children that are now growing up in the city of Palm Coast. And I put those three priorities because everything else really doesn't matter. Because if you don't have one, the other two don't really matter. I heard this morning two proclamations, one for the protection of our children, and the second one for heart and education. But my question is, why, this is now the 20th of February. We've had 3 other meetings this month. We've had 4 meetings in January. Why doesn't the city proclaim, like, Heart Month before it happens? Because now it's only 10 days. And I guess maybe I'm a little bit strong advocate for heart safety because I proved to everybody, including my family, that I do have a heart because I had a heart attack, but I had to prove that. And people think that I didn't care, so I went out last month and I had a stroke. But I'm still here. And the reason I'm still here is because I got too many more people that I have to annoy. So, what I'd like to see is, I'd like to see if we're going to make a proclamation, make it ahead of time, or make it for the whole month, so people get aware of what this month is. And my second comment is message boards. I understand, I just found out this morning, that this city only has 4 of them. So if somebody has a use for one, other needs or other places don't have it. And like I said, my second love, don't ask my wife this, but my second love is still the fire service. Now, we had the Tower to Tunnel Run last month, and 300 people came out in the cold, and it was really good. But I called the city to find out why there was no message board promoting it. But if it was strawberry, or the tree lighting, or now the tennis tournament that's going to happen on Friday, those signs go up days and weeks ahead of time. The Tunnel to Tower, when I called the city, they told me that it wasn't a city-sponsored event. Well, I've never in a long term heard that much crap from anything. Yes, it was a city-sponsored event because it was in the city book that the city published that said that it was a public event. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Is there another speaker that would like to address me in City Council? Yes, sir.
Good morning, Jeremy Davis, P section. I like to talk about this well maintenance fee. We pay $28 a month. And last meeting, Carl Cote said that we had 51,000 homes. 51,000 times 28 turns into 1.428 million. Times that by 12, that turns into 17.136 million. Where's that money going? How can we not maintain our swells? I'm sure we could have $17 million to give.
Hold on for a second. I want you to respect, please, each speaker, so there'll be no applause, there'll be no cheers. Let's give respect to the speakers.
It's simple math.
Please go ahead.
I like to know where all that money is being spent. We have more six-figure salary paid employees here than any place else. They're not earning their job. There's no damn way. People that do their job can maintain the swell system. I maintain my own swell system because y'all fail to. I shouldn't have to do that if I'm paying $28 a month. If they're paying $28 a month, no one should have to go out and touch their own swell. Why is there a 3-year backlog on our swells? It doesn't make sense. Again, I'm going to tell you, make it make sense, and I'll stop coming here and asking you. This is a dog and pony show. It's horse shit, and I'm tired of seeing
Excuse me,
it.
sir. I'm not going to accept that kind of language, so if you're, are you finished with your comment?
No, I'm not done.
All right. One more time and you're done.
You're right. One more time. I got it. So, for 3 years, I've been paying the swell maintenance fee, actually 4 now, and no one has maintained my swell. Nobody has been on my road to maintain my swell. Our swells have backed up, and there is a canal right there that runs along 95 that I'm connected to. It would be a vital point just to open that way up so everyone else could get out. I mean, this is just common sense. I'm just a window tinter, and I can figure this out. Y'all have the power, make something happen.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please. Please.
Good morning. Candy Stevens, P section. Since we're talking about the swells, when I was here last meeting, no, I think it was the one before that, I asked for your records of when mine was done last. I've lived in my home 9 years. I got your report, and on the report, the only time my house has been visited was December 1st of 2023. That's because that's when I started all this about the flooding. They came to look at my yard. Lynn Stevens came to look at my yard. So that's the only time that anybody has been to my house. However, there's been a lot of construction on Point Pleasant. They're getting ready to build 73 more homes on the corner of Point Pleasant and Ponce de Leon, another CDD, another HOA. Nothing the city has to pay to maintain though, because they pay it all on their own, don't they? Gee, how convenient. So I figured since I've lived in my home, I've spent $3,500 in stormwater fees, and not once has anybody done any maintenance on my swell. But you have sent them out because we're so short-handed, you know, on the swells, we don't have enough people to maintain them. You said it yourself, it takes 30 years for them to go around the whole system once. 30 years. Who's gonna accept that? So you need to hire more swell crews or some type of a company to start working on these. Because you're using our tax dollars to have them go behind the construction crews and fix the swells, but you're not coming to fix the swells that are flooding. Why doesn't the construction company have to pay and have somebody come and fix the swells? Why are you using my swell team? I never get an answer. I don't like this form because we ask you questions and we don't get an answer. And you work for me. I don't work for you. You all work for me.
Please. Is there another speaker that would like to make public comment? Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, you ignored me trying to come up here
I apologize.
Am I invisible?
No, sir.
Okay, start the timer. Mr. Mayor, when you tell somebody they can't use the word that you censored the man for a little while ago, you are very close to being in violation of the First Amendment of the Constitution. That speech is okay to be in books that are in our elementary schools and our middle schools here in Flagler County. It's okay for here. Don't violate the Constitution. You took an oath to protect it and defend it. I'll get to what I wanted to talk about, which is our city is literally and figuratively underwater. I live in the P section on Privacy Lane. I moved there just before Election Day in May of 2018. Every time it rains, raw sewage comes out of the sewers back there. You guys approved to have a big retirement 55-plus community put in there. More sewage comes out. I asked you guys 3 or 4 years ago to come down to the corner of Whiteview and Pritchard whenever it rains and just smell. That lift station smells like raw sewage, and we're not allowed to use that language here in this chamber because you'll kick us out or have us trespassed. But it smells like that. But I'll see what also smells is when we have a city council that voted a huge huge pay raise for themselves, and the city council, several members of which were elected with the help of PAC money that spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to get people elected, when you're only going to be making about $9,000 or $10,000 a year. So I wonder, why is the PAC money being spent to get you guys elected? Could it be that we've got developers who want to bring more building into Palm Coast and we don't care about our flooding streets, about our flooding yards, the swales, all of these problems? And now we've got people who have been called a loudmouth minority by the mayor. I'm one of them. Some members on this council are members of that group. I'm a proud member of it. But I encourage you to think about this when it's time for re-election, that we're paying attention. And you guys won't be sitting up here after the election because Palm Coast is fed up. So how about we start upholding the Constitution and stop censoring the people who come here to speak their minds? And we actually answer questions. I've got 30 seconds left of my time. I'd love to hear an answer.
This is your opportunity to make public comment. It's not a forum. It's not a, excuse me. It's not a debate. It's not a Q&A. It's your chance to go on the record and make public comment to myself
Then I will
and
take
to
my
City
last
Council.
15 seconds to
So
say,
you
Mr.
have
Mayor,
10 seconds left.
You are censoring and not being willing to answer questions. The questions are never answered. And I will take up my last 7 seconds. Censor me for filibustering this group, kick me out, trespass me, I don't care.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Dolores Robles. I live in the U section. My concern too is the swales and the sewers and all, because we are, like they're saying, we are paying the money. We have proof that we're paying all that money for the maintenance, and it's not happening. And since 2009, we've been asking when a crew is going to come out and take care of the swales, take care of the sewer area, the ditches, all that stuff, because you see all of it, and it's like you're helpless because you're waiting for someone responsible up here to take care of it. And I don't know, I don't see a plan from any of you saying what we're gonna do, who's gonna help us, who's gonna visit all these areas so then we can improve our city. Because everyone's proud of living here, right, in Palm Coast. You guys are proud because you wanted to be up there and got voted in. So my concern is, if you're that proud, then why don't you take care of us that we voted for you to be there, to protect our city so we don't have it all sink with all this water, okay? So that is my concern, and my concern is when we have these meetings, why don't you guys have a timeline of how you're going to respond so we all here can know what's going on and behind closed doors? That's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please. Yes, sir.
James D. I was already asked the mayor comment in the column in the Observer, and a fellow said he was complaining, as I do, about the roads being repaired and not being widened and expanded. Your reply, he was assuming that the impact fees pay for repairs. We know that comes from a different fund. So your reply was that the impact fees go towards expanding the roads and creating more roads. Well, with all these impact fees coming in, all these people building and here moving in, why are the roads not being expanded? Old Kings Road, been at least 2 years complaining about it. Old Kings Road North, need to have that road expanded, and it's been under surveillance for like 10 years, trying to figure out, surveying it, what to do. We know what to do. We knew it 20 years ago what had to be done with it. So again, this brings up the question of, where is our money going? What's going on? This is why we need a forensic audit. You're planning on building a sports complex for kids. We've been talking about that for years. Yeah, it's some place for the kids to go. Well, that's a great idea. But you can't get there with the roads we have. It's aggravating. So why funnel that money into getting our roads fixed? And yes, getting our swales fixed. I live in a cul-de-sac. The water cannot drain 50 feet to the canal because the swales are all backed up and they're all filled up. So, and anybody whose house is being flooded from new construction should not have to be paying $10,000 like I've heard to have it corrected. The house that's causing the flooding should be the one, or their builder, whoever's involved, should be the one paying for that, not us. So yes, we need a forensic audit to find out where all this money is going. A lot of money going in, none of it's coming back towards us that where we really need it.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Joy Cook, Seminole Woods. Do you see what's actually going on around us? These flooding issues are now statewide, and they're getting a lot of attention. I said, all this overdevelopment, will cause us a housing crisis. If the public sees it, why don't you? I said, excuse me.
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Could I ask just pull the mic a little closer so
I'm
everyone
sorry, I
can hear?
talk very
That's
low.
okay.
I'll start over then real fast,
Thank
because
you.
it's short. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Do you see what is going on here? I said the flooding issues here are now statewide, and it's getting that attention that we needed to get. All of this overdevelopment is going to cause us to have a housing crisis here, and the market is starting to show it. If the public is noticing, it's time you do. We are past the point of a disaster here now. Climate change is a bad excuse. The Arctic is not flooding our homes. Rainwater is. You are the cause, and this is the effect. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. Darlene Shelley, Hidden Lakes, Palm Coast. There are so many issues that are affecting the safety, health, and welfare of the residents of Palm Coast that need to be resolved. A few of my biggest concerns are harmful smoke from developer open parcel burning, excessive noise and health concerns from low-flying planes flying circles over our homes, piloted by students, flooding due to the lack of enforcement of building codes, excessive high costs for utilities, lack of infrastructure repair, and crumbling roadways, and too many approvals for huge apartment and storage facility projects on environmentally fragile parcels that were never intended for that type of use, size, scale, or scope. Currently in the news, the city of Sanford is considering a moratorium on the building of apartments because of the excessive demands on police and fire, resources, and infrastructure pressures, as well as the environmental concerns. This is exactly what we've been trying to tell the City Council for over 2 years, and that includes you, Mr. Danko. Yeah.
Please direct your comments to me.
I just wish you would pay attention to what the people are saying is all.
I'm listening.
We are anxiously awaiting an ordinance to ban the process of burning of debris by developers in and around the city of Palm Coast to protect the safety, health, and welfare of the local residents. Lastly, I want to point out that 3 special exception development orders have expired as per their guidelines and need to be updated as such on the City Planning and Zoning Development Portal, marketing materials, and advertising signage for these parcels on Old Kings Road. Secure Space application 4902 expired on 12/15/23. RF2 storage application 4965 expired on 1/19/24. And Old Kings Road self-storage application 4790 expired on 7/21/22. Thank you for your attention to these important matters, and please keep in mind that you all were elected to represent the citizens of Palm Coast, and not the out-of-state developers, LLCs, and property owners that are looking to capitalize on their investment at the expense of the local residents. I'm providing the city clerk copies of the 3 expired developmental orders, one of the recent articles regarding the proposed Sanford moratorium on excessive apartment building, an article from the Florida DEP explaining a municipality's right to ban open burning outright, and 3 articles regarding deaths from multiple recent plane crashes in our area. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please. Yes, sir. You can line up if you want to get ready. I'm ready. Okay.
Steve Carr, Palm Coast. Back in 2020, I wrote a letter to Mayor Holland, and I was concerned about taxes and everything going up, especially right after the COVID pandemic madness. And I followed up with that with Mayor Alphen. And the city had a economics guy come in and says the recent presentation by a senior economist from UCF to City Council indicated Palm Coast is recovering and is recovering and trending well. Well, if we're trending well, how come so much more increases from the residents? A lot of people retired in Palm Coast prior to the city becoming a city in 2000. And their incomes is not really keeping up with the cost of living in Palm Coast. And these elderly people don't have any other way to get increases into their money that they are receiving. They just don't have it. And I'm concerned for them because a lot of them spent their life savings just to get through the COVID pandemic madness. And for the city to think that within 4 or 5 years that they have recovered that, when the inflation is as high as it is, it's madness in itself. You get on the news reports that even though cost of living got a 3.2% increase for many people, the news is telling you that the food has gone up 20%. That's not just food, but other areas of people's lives have gone up way more than any 3.2%. People are suffering. Residents are suffering in Palm Coast. They need help, but to keep coming to them for your help for the city is killing them. I shouldn't say killing them. Hurting them bad. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Yes, sir. Next.
Good morning. My name's Don Moore. I live in Seminole Woods in the S section. Been in Palm Coast 21 years, and you've never touched my swale, so that's not why I'm up here. My concern is Seminole Woods Boulevard. Why are there no left turn lanes going into the U section, but you have left turn lanes going into an industrial park that doesn't even exist? It took you over 20 years to put sidewalks and streetlights in. Only half the streetlights work. Why? Why did we spend all this money putting this stuff in and you don't even turn them on? What was the sense of wasting the money? Plus, you're putting that new road in from Seminole Woods to Belterre, all that new development, all these cars and traffic. It's already a mess on 100 in Seminole Woods. I don't know if you guys go there, drive it during the busy hours. It takes you 3 times to go through the traffic light. Something needs to be done. And it's obviously got to do with you guys making decisions, I guess. That's what we pay you people for, but it needs to be fixed. 21 years in Palm Coast, and what a change, but it's all going down, not up. So that's all I got to say.
I thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Dave Flynn, F section. I'm making a comment on the swales too. I spoke with a lady this morning that says the water never leaves her swale. And on Fordham Lane where we live, there's at least 3 houses that the water never leaves the swale. And it's been years since anybody's done anything. So help us.
All right, appreciate your comment. Next speaker.
Chris Pozo, Section C. I purchased my home in 2012. Never has anybody been there to look, touch, do anything about my swales. You go there right now, it is full to the brim. It is going right onto the street. I mean, we need some help. And we are paying for it. So it's something we pay for it. Let's get some service. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Ma'am, you've exhausted your 3 minutes. No, 3 minutes for, you can speak if it's pertinent to an agenda item that we have coming later in the business section or at the end of public comment.
That's fine, thank you.
Are you speaking, sir? Yes. Come on up.
Good morning, Council. Dennis McDonald. You know, we come here and we listen to all the facts that have been presented on both sides of this drainage problem. But there's one thing that's never come to light, and that's the fact that we have an advantage here in Palm Coast because this city was created from nothing. So we have a baseline, and the baseline was agreed with the state, with the DRI, way back. It was also agreed to with St. Johns River Water Management, and it was agreed to by a number of other parties, and you know that, Mr. Mayor. And there was also an agreement with the feds in 1980, sometime in the mid-'80s, to make sure that this place got developed properly, and it was followed through on. Now, here's what I'm thinking. If you take the present land use overlay of what we have existing in this city and what is planned to, that you've approved, and we overlay it on the original plan that was approved by the state, we're going to find out that this is the reason why everybody's flooded, okay? We heard Jonathan Lord come here and tell us very nice stories, and Jonathan's a very nice man, okay? But it's got nothing to do with this. He wouldn't be allowed in a court of law to testify on this, okay? He has no expertise. The bottom line is, Mr. Tyner, in his many years in the zoning or the planning department, has allowed this place to get grossly overbuilt everywhere. We all see it, we all feel it, okay? You've taken green space, and what have you done with it? You've jammed houses into it. You've taken golf courses, okay? They've been shut down. What's happened to them? You put houses in them. Everywhere is being upzoned, and this is the problem. But I'm going to tell you right now that what is going to happen is there's going to end up being a lawsuit on this, okay? And what's going to happen is that the baseline is going to be the original plan that was approved by the state, the DRI, and the feds years ago. And so consequently, you have no way to get out of it. Other cities have evolved through the years, little pieces here and there and such. We have a baseline. And so consequently, there's going to be no way to argue it. And so why don't you stop the development now, okay, before the court orders you to do something, no different than what went on with the county when they made that stupid deal for Bing's Landing down there, and it cost us $1 million. Now, it cost us almost $1 million to litigate and push and to get that thing settled, okay? And it's still not settled now. But stop making foolish mistakes. There was an agreed-upon plan here with everybody, you know, in much higher places than just this city, because the city didn't exist. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comment. Any other speakers? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name's Lori Robinson, and I'm coming up on my 3-year anniversary here in Palm Coast. While I did do my research on the water, I'm still amazed at my bills. I'm single, one person in my house, and my last bill was $120. The base part is the part that's killing me because I only use $6.37 worth of water. 1,090 gallons, and that's quite a bit. And I was, first of all, I was wondering why we pay so much in water. We pay even more than California, and they're in a drought. And as far as the storm, the swells, I've been there almost 3 years. No one's ever come around to check on mine, and it is building up.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any remaining speakers? Yes, sir.
Tom Brady, P section, mayor, council people, and residents and concerned citizens. First of all, this is an amazing place to live. It took me over a year to decide on this particular city. I went to multiple states. I've been to almost every single state except for Alaska, North Dakota, and, you know, but anyway, first of all, Mayor, I was really impressed prior to the meeting where you were concerned about the individual over here with the hearing impairment. Thank you so very much for being so concerned. Anyway, I am diametrically opposed to tax hike just because that's the thing to do, all right? I would hope that we would have an actuary go through and analyze data and find out exactly each one of the expenses, maybe have an auditing group or something come in. For example, this is the first place I've ever lived, and I've lived from coast to coast, where we have 2 garbage pickups every day. We have a recycle pickup, and then a lawn and yard debris. I'm like totally amazed. I'm like, I love it. And I'm wondering, could we possibly reduce that? For example, in my neighborhood, we only have a lot of lawn debris a couple of times a year, well, from yard clippings, and not clippings from the lawn, but bushes and everything. I was wondering if we could reduce that amount. The only other time that I have lawn debris is after a storm knocks some branches off, et cetera. So I'm wondering if we could maybe reduce that amount. Also, as it relates to tax hikes, sometimes we do need to increase for certain infrastructure and everything. I look at a new car versus a used car. I had a car that I went $311,000. It got to the point where I was paying more on repair than I was a new car. And so sometimes some of these new improvements are necessary, like cleaning out the swells, infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. And also, I'm amazed that the new pickleball coming in this, the honorary or the opening of that. Over on Rimfire Lane in Belterre, when they first started to dig that out, it looked like a wading pool. And then all of a sudden, they put the water or the land or the dirt for the foundation. Now all of a sudden, it's probably 10, 12 inches above the house next to it. And I know for a fact that that's going to be flooded eventually. And so I'm wondering if there's some way that they could, as they go through and put in the new houses, that they could make sure that there is that horseshoe bend around the houses so that the water goes into the swell, and then maybe possibly put sand in those swells so that it percolates into the ground instead of, like I have clay in our neighborhood and it hangs out for a long time. Thank you so very much.
Thank you for your comment. Any remaining speakers? Yes, sir.
Good morning. Steve Heller from the B section. I'd like to address that. I see that there's going to be a tax increase for you guys to do infrastructure rebuilds such as utilities and for all the new developments. I've been in construction for 40 years. I'm retired, and usually that's the city's place to add that additional cost on to the developers and the construction companies to take care of that project and not us as homeowners that live here. I moved down from Washington State. I've been here a year. I love Palm Coast, but everything is backwards. I mean, myself and some of our neighbors called to get some assistance for mosquito control in our canal system. So it had been 3 years before they had ever been out there. Well, they came out not once, not twice, but 3 times up the same canal and sprayed for mosquitoes. But I asked the guy in the airboat, when you guys going to dredge and clean out the canals to eliminate the problem that we have? And he says, well, that's like 3 to 10 years down the way. A simple solution to some of this swell problem, I see you guys got your vac trucks running around everywhere and the storm sewers overflow and you send a vac truck out, just like on Barrister Lane happened this year twice. I mean, you got crews out there. I can run a vac truck, and I'll tell you, I can do 35 to 40 culverts a day with a vac truck to help some of these citizens out. If you need help, hey, I'm here. And I live at 17 Barrister Lane. Another concern I have is most of your developments have one way or 2 ways in and out of your development. I live on Barrister Lane, which is one of the thoroughfares. We have people cruising up down there 70, 65 miles an hour. And I'm wondering why we can't get some caution boards up. They're all solar powered, wouldn't cost you guys a dime except to place them, so that you can see the speed that you're doing. And if that fails, you know what? With all technology, you could put a camera up there and start snapshotting some license plates and ticket them in the mail like Washington State does. I mean, it's a simple solution. I know everybody's got concerns, but I've only been here a year. I mean, I'm a retired highline worker. I come down here for storm damage, and I love Florida. I come down here for vacation, and I moved to Ocala first, didn't like it, moved here. And I think you guys could do a lot as city council to address some of the issues. I mean, I'm not from here, but we got people here 20, 30 years, been here how many times? Let's start thinking about us because we pay the taxes.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any remaining speakers? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Cutler.
Wait, in the mic.
My name is Elizabeth Cutler, and I've been here for 10 years, okay? I'm really shocked at the amount of the rate increases that you're planning to increase our utilities, okay? The rates, we cannot cut back on the base charges. There's no way that by conserving my water, I can reduce my water bill because my water usage is a fraction of my rate, monthly rate charges. For those people who are on low income especially, I don't know how they're paying their water bills, okay? And especially like myself, a retiree, this is becoming an increasing large portion of my monthly expense, okay? Now, it's not your fault that our other costs of living have gone up. My auto insurance went up about $800 this year. The assessment for my home went up another $800, food, et cetera. I don't have to tell you. But these costs, particularly property cost increases and other stuff, insurance, you know, is a statewide problem. You're making Palm Coast unaffordable for retirees, and this is predominantly the majority of our residents. Look elsewhere. These projects, these fancy projects that you're trying to impose on a small town are ridiculous. I really feel your vision for the city is overblown. Your grandiose ideas for the city are not appropriate. We don't need the things that you want to do here. We can go to Orlando for sports. We don't need a sports complex here. Look elsewhere. Cut out all but the essential costs. Reduce the non-essential costs. The things that you're planning, put them on hold. There's nothing more important than water. So if everything else becomes secondary to water, in my opinion, these kind of spending costs must be capped. Thank you, sirs.
Thank you for your comment. Last speaker.
Miss Michael from the W section, and I'm just letting you know that over the weekend watching the rain, the swales filling up. We have multiple PEP tanks lids underwater, okay? I'm going to be notifying the EPA. I'm having them come out, and I have the pictures to show them. I have everything else. Last time this happened, the city just came out and threw some white powder on the lawns. But this is sewage now. This is a health hazard to the city of Palm Coast. A lot of people don't know that the PEP tanks are in front of their house. The new bills are higher, which is making the water flow down, and a lot of these PEP tanks are underwater, okay? So the EPA will be getting a hold of you guys.
Thank you for your comment.
My name's Doris Drager. I live in the P section. I moved here Christmas of 2011, and if I'd known then what I know now, I never would have bought my house in Palm Coast. It's ridiculous. I've lived here 12 years. My swale hasn't been touched. I've paid almost $5,000. There's been 10 new homes built on my street. Where do you think my swale is now? I'm supposed to be retired. I'm 69 years old. I'm still working full-time as an LPN, taking care of terminal children with trachs, vents, and feeding tubes. I can't afford to retire on my Social Security. When I lived here, my water bill was $85. My last bill was $141. I paid $19 for water usage for 2 people. You guys are sitting up there working part-time. Look at your pay. I have to bust my you-know-what to get a pay like yours. You need to think about what you're doing to these citizens who pay your wages. We're retired. If this is a retirement home, why is it full of children? Why is it full of young adults? You run it like a homeowners association. If I want to paint my front door, I have to come here and spend $55 to get a permit and you to approve the color of my paint. It's ridiculous. Stop and think. We don't need all these extra houses. The roads are a mess. The water's a mess. The swales are a mess. Get your priorities straight and think of the residents. We live here. I don't know where you all live, and I really don't care. But you need to think of us. We're footing the bill. We live here. We're trying to live on our income, and we can't do it with everything else. Yeah, we got to raise height with our Social Security, but guess what? Medicare jacked it up and took it right back. Now, think of your residents. How about taking a pay cut? How about coming to us for your pay raises, asking us if we want to give you one? I can't get a pay raise. I have to depend on the government to say when I get a pay raise. I worked for years at the same rate because the government controls how much they pay my agencies. It's time you all realize what you're doing. You're killing us. That's why there's so many homes going for sale. We don't need the developments. We need everything else taken care of before you decide to line your pockets in gold at our expense. We don't need new houses. We need our houses, our land, our roads taken care of first. And you're not doing it. It's like you're just ignoring us. You'll ignore us when everybody starts putting their house for sale and saying, kiss my you-know-what.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other members of the public that have not already commented during the 3 minutes? No, ma'am. You were up, you had 3 minutes, that's it.
But it's a different subject, sir.
No, it doesn't make any difference. 3 minutes, that's what I read in the beginning. Those are the rules of the meeting. Please, I'm not going to argue with you, please. Sir, did you want to make a comment?
Oh, my God.
So far, well, I'm Gary Johnson. I come from the B section. So far, I've heard everybody complaining about the swales and everything, and you all sit there and you stare at them. You don't give them a response of what you're going to do or how you're going to do it. I've been here 23 years. You've taken money from me every month for swale repair and have done nothing. I'd like to have a business like that. You guys are doing pretty good. You never answer anybody's question. You never come up with a response. You just sit there. I want to do the same thing when my tax bill comes. Just sit there. But yet you want to raise my water bill. For what? All of these buildings going on should go on to the cost of the builder putting these developments in. But you're not going to respond to me on that either. You're just going to look at me with that blank stare and go, tough shit. That's my response to this whole thing.
Thank you
It's
for your
a waste
comment.
of time.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public?
Sandra Burley from the R section. I really wasn't going to speak today, but, you know, on behalf of everybody, the swells, we're paying, if we didn't pay our bill, you'd be coming after us. And the R section on Ravenwood, there's tons of lights, but nobody else has lights. Take some of those lights down and put them elsewhere. On the new KB homes, every time it rains, that sidewalk gets flooded. That's a new development, really? Like, come on, guys. Our taxes went up 8% last year. For 1 year, for no reason. And then this is a planned community, and you're going to say that we have to raise our water bill for the new houses that are going in. Why aren't they being put on them? Because you know that developer is going to put it on the new homeowners. You should really consider all the people that are living here before the new people are coming in. You guys probably all got raises during COVID. When I was a nurse working, you know what they did? They put our raises on hold because they were too busy taking meetings all day to do our evaluation. Really, we were the front line on COVID. That is really bad. Again, you work for us and all of us.
Thank you for your comment. If there are no other speakers, I will close. Come on up so we can get the meeting moving, please.
Hi, everybody. Well, I think
Please, sir, please introduce yourself. for
Brian
us for the-
Burley, our section. I think the takeaway, just a big picture for y'all, if you want to get reelected, is stop new spending. Take the monies that we have. Young man says 17 million? Woo! Take the monies that you have, stop the new projects. Now, I'm not familiar if our tax money was used to build, and I like pickleball, but that new pickleball court, if our tax money was used for that, and this is going on, this is my second year here, so I haven't been in the trenches that long. Stop the new spending. I'd like some of the more eloquent speakers to
Sir,
meet
please
me out here.
direct your comments to me if you would, please.
Yeah, so we can start a social media page. Residents of Palm Coast, there's other things for social media shopping and that kind of thing, but we could start a social media page for everybody to actually have a voice and some response and get organized about our voting. There's just sounds like a lot of money's getting wasted. Developers aren't paying their fair share. So use the monies that you have and fix the things that are going on. I came here, this is my first time here. I thought it was back and forth. It's not, that's fine. In a way, I guess. But I just I got a notice about our utilities going up and the water going up. Water is extremely expensive as it is. And to pay more, why? And why can't funds be reallocated from various budgets? Parks and Recs, again, I'm going back to the pickleball because I pass it every day. If we need to drill new wells, take monies from other departments and make that happen. Water is your most absolute basic service. Everybody said, and you're not responsible for the entire economy, but you are responsible for Palm Coast's economy. and how much we have to spend for the basic service. Use what we have, stop new projects, especially the more unnecessary projects. Put that money to what you absolutely have to get done.
Thank you for your comment. If there are no other speakers, I will close public comment for now, and we will move on to the agenda item, which is our minutes. I'm asking for a motion for,
Mayor, do we not have a chance to respond?
would you like a chance?
I would, but I don't want to skip over Vice Mayor.
Oh, well, I just had a question for our city manager. The lights on Seminole Woods, I think that's still an FPL problem, is that correct?
Actually, I believe with our coordination with FPNL, those are lit now.
They are?
Yes, but we'll look into it just to make sure we haven't had a lapse in that service.
And a woman mentioned COVID, not getting raises. I believe we cut salaries 10% at City Hall during COVID and had no raises, is that correct?
Previous administration, not under the current administration, we did, I believe, it froze raises for staff, merit increases, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman?
Thank you. Just a few things. It looks like Mr. McDonald left, but I am glad to see him back and healthy. I did want to give him that message. City Manager, do we have a public interface platform showing the swale work? So what has been completed and what's coming up?
Yes, it's actually available on our website to show the schedule of the neighborhoods that we'll be visiting. Of course, Palm Coast Connect is a resource to all of our citizens to put in a direct ticket to get a response and to also to better understand the last time we were in your neighborhood.
Thank you for that. And to the gentleman who mentioned the resource officers, I think in the city we fund one resource officer, is that correct?
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
and you're correct that that's not something that's within our purview. I support the resource officers being funded fully. There's one last thing. I know there's a lot of people who are upset about the kind of form of the public comment. We as a city council implemented as a priority town halls. And so I don't know if we already have a schedule of those that have been made public, but that's the time when, we're going to make ourselves available to you as a public for question and answer. And I believe, I don't know if all of them have specific subjects. I know the one that I'm doing has a specific subject about our kind of our projects and funding and things like that. But I did want to make you all aware that that is something that we heard up here, and so we did make that a strategic action plan priority, and so we're implementing those. But City Manager, have those already been made, the schedule of those, have those been made public?
I don't have that available right now, but I know that we're working on the venues and also the topics, to assist each of the council members.
Okay, thank you. And then the last thing, during the utility study today, we are addressing the impact fees. So for those who feel that development should be paying for development, that is being addressed as a part of the study, so I encourage you all to stick around for that presentation.
I have no comments at this time.
Councilman Clufus?
Yep, just a few things real quick. Just from a few of the speakers, I think the Seminole Woods left-hand turns, that's a legitimate issue. I think that's something that can plague the city. I think that's a dangerous situation. The Army Corps of Engineers, I think our staff is going to address whether or not we have spoken to the Army Corps of Engineers to try to find solutions that are cost-effective and help convey the water in a manner that's acceptable. I also wanted to note that I think our staff should give a presentation on the swale maintenance cost to the residents and the breakdown of where that money's been spent. I think it's obvious that there's a discrepancy between, it's an educational mechanism, let the people know where our money's being spent, because the swale system is an entire system. It's not necessarily just right in front of our own homes. I would also say that our water bills include the trash pickup, and we did explore different options for different amount of trash pickups during the week, whether it was one option, two option, including the lawn clippings. We reached out to the community. We had surveys. Overwhelmingly, everyone wanted to maintain the 2 pickups per week with an additional lawn clipping. That's the reason why we haven't moved to a more affordable 1 pickup option, which was an option, but your water bill also includes your solid waste removal. I would also like to know the answer to whether or not the condominiums are rated at, if it's 1 condominium, whether or not that family is being billed the same as a single family home. I think that was a legitimate question as well. The pickleball courts, they weren't funded by any of the general fund tax dollars. It was all through TDC grants. So thankfully, knock on wood, that was no general fund dollars there. And then automated speed ticketing. One gentleman made a comment about that, but you're not allowed to actually issue automated speed tickets in the state of Florida. But that's all the things that I think I can address, and I think the rest of the answers hopefully should come in our next item. But the main component to all of this is going to be the cost of chlorine that I think we're going to talk about right now.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. And also, as I stated in advance of the public comment, we, as a city council, remain committed and do ask that you would fill out just briefly a comment card, because many of your questions require not just city council members, but the input of staff so that we can give you the best complete and correct answer that we can. So if you would please fill out those cards, I will make sure that through the city manager, every one of the questions on those cards gets responded to. That's the form that City Council has been using for many years, and we will continue that until there's some change in the future. So I would ask you, and I would encourage you, please fill out those cards so that way we can give you the best, most complete, and accurate answer using all of our staff resources to get to the finish line on those answers. So thank you. Anybody else from City Council member? Okay, no. City Manager, any comment?
The only comment that I'd like to dovetail with Councilmember Clufus's point about Seminole Woods. So we do work closely with our DOT partners to make sure that we're coordinating on any kind of project that can affect our city. And I know DOT will be resurfacing State Road 100 very shortly, and we are working with them on safety provisions that do affect Seminole Woods. Thank you.
Finally, I would, I ask and I do appreciate your decorum in allowing either our staff presenters or each of you to comment. So the cheers and applause cut into their time and change their subject. So I would ask you to please show as much respect as you possibly can. Don't ask me to interfere with that, so that each speaker, one speaker at a time, can be heard clearly, because remember, we also have a large number of folks that are online. It makes it very difficult for them to hear over any commotion in the audience. So with that, I'll move to agenda item F, which is our minutes, and I would ask for a motion to approve the minutes of the February 6th, 2024 Strategic Planning Orientation Session.
I'll make that motion.
I have a motion from the Vice Mayor, a second from Councilman Clufus. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed?
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Similarly, February the 6th, 2024, a business meeting.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion from Councilwoman Pontieri, a second from the Vice Mayor. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed?
The motion passes unanimously.
And finally, the meeting of February the 13th, a workshop.
I'll make that motion.
Motion from Vice Mayor Danko. And do I have a second?
A second.
Second from Councilwoman Hyder. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed?
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll move to item number G on the agenda today, and there are agendas over on the side table. This is ordinances of the second read, and I would ask council if you would read in the ordinance for me, please.
Okay, this is an ordinance amendment to the Unified Land Development Code, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, amending Chapter 4, Conditions for Limited Specific Uses and Activities, Section 4.01, Accessory Structures, subsection 4.01.05, Residential Docking Facilities along saltwater and freshwater canals and intercoastal waterway as applicable of the Unified Land Development Code of the City of Palm Coast to create a registration process for floating vessel platform, providing for severability, codification, conflicts, and an effective date. This is second and final reading, also a public hearing item. And there haven't been any changes to the ordinance since first reading, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Ladies, you have a presentation, a summary?
Yes. First of all, this item has, good morning, Mayor and City Council members. Barbara Grossman, Code Enforcement Manager, Tracy Doak, Zoning Supervisor. This item has been before the Planning Board on December 20th workshop, January 17th hearing, passed both. First reading was done on 2/6. There have been no changes that have been made to this item. It is ready for final vote. I do have a presentation if you want to hear it again, or do you want to have any further questions and take a final vote?
I have attendees in the audience, so if you could kind of summarize the presentation for their benefit.
Essentially,
If that's agreeable with City Council members.
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
Yeah. Okay.
Essentially, we were discussing the changes brought forth in Section 403.813 Florida statutes necessitating a change to the Unified Land Development Code relating to floating vessels, platform requirements, and staff's recommendation. Essentially, what was happening is there is a 12-foot and a 16-foot distance into the canal, and there's setbacks. And these were questions that were raised, that the new law states that you are allowed to have a floating dock. And there, we would continue to have the floating vessel platform, but it would have to meet the requirements of the zoning.
Okay. All right. With that, City Council members, do you have any specific questions on the second read? Councilwoman?
The only two questions I had were, are we certain that we're in compliance with what we're doing with FDEP requirements as well? I know we spoke about the new state law last week, but I don't think we touched on FDEP. So are we confident staff has looked into that and we're safe there as well?
I can defer that to legal counsel, but we did consult with them concerning DEP and also with the state concerning the new law.
Okay.
No comment.
Thank you for the more extensive presentation last week.
Thank you.
Counselor?
I mean, as I stated at the last meeting, we're comfortable that this ordinance does not conflict, it's not more stringent than FDEP requirements. I know there's been some discussion or comments regarding that. I haven't seen anything specific presented that this ordinance conflicts with FDEP's regulations that, I can address any further. So.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. And thank you for the work that you've done on this. Appreciate it.
I don't think I asked this question last time. Is there anything in the ordinance that requires compliance with what these docks are made of or constructed with, or is that not part of this?
The material is not part of it. It's a floating vessel that there have been approved that are already out there, so it's not something that's new.
So
It's
the
like
size, the weight, and the momentum are not a factor should it tear loose?
The size would be a factor. It's
Size would be.
a percentile of the total amount of you could have the floating dock to be the total dock, or it be a component of the structure that's.
And I don't want to, Counselor, help me with this. I don't want to take a step too far, but if a floating dock should, for whatever reason, weather or lack of maintenance, break loose, where does the liability for that fall?
Unfortunately, normally when we have a runaway dock, we have the public contacts us and lets us know. Some people do, as myself, have my address on my dock. So if my dock goes down, they're going to know who it is. But most of the time, that's why with the floating vessel, the standard structured, we have 20 feet so that we, meaning Public Works, is able to get it out of the canals.
Okay, and is there an emergency procedure should somebody identify something loose in the canal that way?
Yes, they can either go through Palm Coast, it's an imminent threat, and we'd get staff out there immediately.
Okay. All right, I thank you for that. That's all of my questions. Anything else from City Council members? Then I would open up this item for the public for comment. Yes, sir.
Peter Johnson, Palm Coast. So just a few things to touch on in regards to this. One, I saw the presentation last week, but I wasn't sure. This seems to be affecting, and maybe Barbara can correct me if I'm wrong. Can I address her just to clarify the question? Okay, the black floating structures that the boats actually sit on top of, but does this affect the floating docks in the canals that don't have boats sitting on top of them? I personally don't have one. I know that there's been 3 or 4 that have floated away. Not to discredit Barbara, but when you do call the city, the initial response of the city is not that it's an imminent threat, it's that you can get the poles out of your yard yourself and that they don't deal with it. So I don't know where that came from. But I just want to know specifically if this is going to be a stricter code on floating docks that have vessels on top of them, or floating docks in general, because there's a distinction between the two. So that would be my...
Thank you for your question. So can you give us a definition of the floating dock as prescribed in the ordinance?
Do you want to go ahead?
The floating vessel platform?
No, the floating vessel
I'm sorry,
platform.
not floating dock. I used
Okay, the standard structured one.
So just
20
make it
foot.
clear, floating platform is defined as what?
That is the floating dock that the boat goes up onto. Where you have a standard constructed floating dock, there is a limitation of 20 feet on that dock.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Any other members care to comment on this item at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I will close public comment. I'll come back to the dais. Any further discussion? And just to clarify again, Counselor, we are being more stringent than the state?
No, sir, we're not being more stringent.
We're
than the
being
state.
equal,
Being,
the same as?
we're implementing the registration requirement that's authorized by Florida statute. And the city has zoning and regulations that, in our view, based on our review, is not more stringent.
But meet the state standards. So, I mean, what I'm asking is the state going to come after us because we have lightened the requirements?
I don't think, well, let's the technical experts
yeah,
talk
okay.
about lightening up the
Sorry.
requirements. I don't think we're lightening it.
There are state standards that they have. Please understand that the actual floating platform vessel is on the bottom of our waterway. Okay, just as if, question came up by Councilmember Pontieri. When a boat sinks in the city of Palm Coast, in our saltwater canals, FDEP does not get involved in it. That's our responsibility. It's on the bottom of our canals. So the state is going to have theirs, the city is going to have ours. We've always had setbacks. We have to make sure of ingress, egress, navigable water, and that came up at last meeting. The navigable water is a lot different in our saltwater canals than it is on the intercoastal waterway.
So you're comfortable that the state would not complain to us that we have relaxed some
No,
standard they have?
I'm comfortable.
You're comfortable, thank you. Okay, with that, I would ask for a motion regarding the second read of the ordinance.
Motion to approve this.
So the vice mayor has made a motion to approve the ordinance as read this morning. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
I have a second from Councilman Clufus. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Danko?
Yes.
Councilmember Hyder?
Yes.
Councilmember Clufus?
Aye.
Councilmember Pontieri?
Yes.
Mayor Alfin?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Ladies, thank you for your presentation this morning. With that, we'll move to item number H, which is ordinances of the first read. And Councilor, revising the rates of the city utility systems, could you read that in for me?
Certainly. Okay, this is an ordinance, utility rate amendment. This is first reading, public hearing item. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, Flagler County, Florida, revising the rates of the city's utility system as last established in resolution number 2018-115, providing for the assessment of water system, reclaimed water system, wastewater system, and associate utility rates, fees, and charges, providing for certain automatic adjustments for utility rates, fees, and charges, providing for an increase in capital facilities connection fees, which are impact fees, providing for annual adjustments of all utility rates and capital facilities connection impact fees to account for inflation, providing for administrative and legislative findings and intent, providing for the operation of the City of Palm Coast utility systems, providing for the adoption of administrative rules and implementing actions, providing for exhibits, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date. This is a legislative matter and also a matter regarding the city's proprietary interest in operating a utility. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. With that, gentlemen, you have a summary presentation for us?
Yes. Good morning, Mayor, City Council, and residents. Stephen Flanagan, your utility director, here with Eric Rao, with principal with Stantec Consulting. These rates are adjustments are needed to support operations and the system maintenance. Monthly rates pay for operations and routine maintenance. Future development of system expansions is vital to grow our economic community and paid for by capacity fees. We will present the rate study analysis today. We have incorporated options with council direction, and we now propose adoption of the revised rate structure. Slide 4 is customer A. Let's talk about actual monthly cost examples. This slide is an example of customer A. Utility costs are broken down into water-based cost, water usage cost, sewer-based cost, and sewer usage cost. Currently, example A utilizes 4,390 gallons of water and pays $92.50 per month for water and sewer usage. In May of 2024, that cost would become $94.64, or an increase of $2.14. In October of 2024, that cost would become $100.32, or a $7.82 monthly increase from today's costs. In October of 2025, the cost would become $106.34, or an increase of $13.84 from current costs.
Mr. Flanagan, I'm sorry, just so that we are clear, and I hate to interrupt you during your presentation, but who does customer A represent? I mean, what kind of household are we looking at?
You're looking at a customer that utilizes 4,390 gallons. That is higher than the average or norm, which is roughly in the 2,500 gallon range.
For a family, 2,500
So
for a
it's-
single family.
So it could depend, it could be a household of 2 that waters their yard somewhat. It could be a family of 4.
Okay.
It could be many different types of a customer.
Okay, I'm just trying to, I mean, to me, 4,390 gallons means nothing. So I'm trying to kind of relate it somehow to what, if you say the average is about 2,500 gallons?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, example of customer B. Currently, example customer B uses 1,180 gallons a month and pays $56.13 for water and sewer usage. In May of 2024, that cost would be $55.86, or a decrease of 27 cents. In October of 2024, that cost would be $59.21, or a $3.08 monthly increase from current costs. In October of 2025, the cost would become $62.76, or an increase of $6.63 from the current cost.
I think this one's an important one to emphasize as well, because one of our earlier speakers, Lori, this is almost exactly the type of usage that they were using, so this is very applicable to some of the earlier speakers.
Thank you. The May increase holds base rates flat while adding the Lifeline rate tier at a reduced cost per 1,000 gallon volume use rates. This conservation tiered rate system is very important to continue to stress to our water users the limited water resources that are available to us in our area. As we grow and need to utilize alternative sources of raw water supply, treatment costs will increase per gallon of cost. Our current main supply of raw water is the confined superficial aquifer, which is very shallow. This slide is staff recommendations for adoption. Staff recommends a multi-year plan on rate revenue adjustments. In May of 2024, staff recommends a 6% increase in operating rates. In fiscal year 25, another 6%, followed by fiscal year 26, 6%, and then in future years, beginning in fiscal 27, a 3.5% increase, or the greater of the U.S. CPI. Staff recommends rate structure modifications that include adding a lifeline tier to water rates in the 0 to 2,000 gallon rate level at a lower rate, applying the next increase, the May 2024 increase, only to water and wastewater volume charges. Then staff also recommends increasing capacity facility fees to full cost recovery for future and current development. May of 2024, water increase would be 8.93%. Wastewater would be 12.49%. In fiscal 2025, water again would be 8.93%, and wastewater would be 12.49%. Fiscal 26, year 26, water 8.93%, no rate increase for wastewater. In fiscal 27, a water increase of 8.93% and no wastewater increase.
Good morning. As mentioned, my name is Eric Grau. I'm a principal with Stantec Consulting Services, and I'm pleased to present to you this morning the results and conclusions of our comprehensive utility rate study that underpin the staff's recommendations that were just outlined by Mr. Flanagan. And with respect to that first recommendation for a multi-year plan of rate revenue adjustments, that was based upon a revenue sufficiency analysis that we conducted. Now, the fundamental objective of a revenue sufficiency analysis is to evaluate the current or the level of rate revenue that are generated by existing rates to fund the system's identified requirements over a period of time, and if necessary, identify what level of rate revenue would satisfy those requirements. In the case of the city, we evaluated 10 years of system needs with a focus on the more immediate 4-year rate planning period. And with respect to the requirements of the system, we identified over that 10-year forecast approximately $635 million of capital spending needs. We've also identified annual operating requirements that this fiscal year, based upon the city's adopted operating budget, is just south of $40 million. But by the end of the forecast period, we project annual operating requirements to be closer to $70 million per year. Now, that is due largely to the year-over-year increase to the costs of providing utility service, as well as approximately $6 million in incremental operating costs for personnel and equipment necessary to operate and maintain future capital investment that's not yet in service today.
May I ask one question?
Yes.
So over the last few years, there has been a tremendous shortfall in the availability of chlorine across the board. Everyone who owns a pool knows that the cost has basically doubled. The reason for that, a big component, which we weren't privy to, back in 2021, the chlorine factory in Louisiana was destroyed by Hurricane Laura. Basically, 100,000 pounds of chlorine or something like this is no longer available to the market. So if you take the price increases from 2021 to current, with the, basically the disaster that happened in the chlorine market, are we still extrapolating out from 24 to 33 with that cofactor? Basically, are we taking the increases and perpetuating them up until 3033 and projecting those increases to continue to rise? Or are we taking into account that these are probably one-time increases that may actually settle because of the availability and the shortfall of chlorine being satisfied by BioLab coming back online? Or is that actually still being extrapolated out into this projection?
Good question. So we evaluated with staff every line item in each department of the budget and applied specific cost escalation factors to each of those line items. In the case of chlorine, if it was a triple-digit increase we just experienced, no, we're not going to assume triple-digit increases going into the future. But we will assume for chemical type expenditures, for power type expenditures, that they are going to rise on average at a rate that's, somewhere between 5 and 8%, let's say. When those big step increases occur, we don't know. But we can average out over a 10-year period kind of that a higher level, higher than kind of your US CPI, but no, not at that.
Understood, okay.
Extreme level.
And then do you have a figure for the amount that we spend on chlorine and essentially, what it was before and what it is in 2023? So maybe 2021 figure versus today?
I do not have those numbers off the top of my head, Councilman Clufus.
No worries.
But I would like to add to you that between 2020 and 2024, chlorine went up 165%.
Yeah.
So as Eric stated, in our future projections, we would have projected probably somewhere between 5 and 8% annual increase, not 165% over the 4-year period. But what you're really looking at, part of this rate study is, that's fact, the 165% over the 4 years. So that's part of the impact to today's rate sufficiency.
Yeah, is that the rates that we were expecting to be paid, we're taking that into account for the previous, yeah, understood.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
And so it's important to note that as our annual operating requirements rise, the city has a stated policy that the Utility Enterprise Fund will maintain annually an operating fund reserve balance that does not drop to less than 2.5 months of annual operating requirements. So as our operating requirements are rising over time from about 40 million to 70 million, that same 2.5 months threshold is also rising and is a requirement of our system. The system, for requirements, they also have existing senior lien debt requirements. So this will be the debt associated with existing revenue bonds. The annual expenditure requirement on existing debt is about $10 million per year. Now, it's important to note that when the city issued that existing debt, they also covenanted with the bondholders that annually rate revenues would be high enough or sufficient that they are not less than 1.1 times the annual debt service requirement. It's 1.1 times on net revenues or 1.05 times if we hit 1.2 when adding in capacity charges. In practice, the city's finance department targets a debt service coverage ratio that is about 2 times the annual debt service requirement. And this is in line with industry guidance from the municipal rating agencies that want to see strong coverage well above that minimum requirement, because if you fall below that minimum requirement, that's a technical default. So we want to be well above that minimum, and we want to show that retroactive, looking backwards 5 years, and then looking forward 5 years, we can annually show that we have a plan in place that targets a debt service coverage that's not going to degrade precipitously over that time. So that's an important metric to follow. I'll add to that point that currently the utility's debt, according to Fitch Ratings, is a AA positive. They attributed the AA to a reflection of a strong financial profile, low leverage, rate-setting autonomy, and favorable demand characteristics. The positive outlook, they attributed based upon expectations that the system will maintain low leverage and strong financial performance as it funds its capital improvement program. Currently, the city's practice of adjusting rate revenues is each October 1st, it increases based upon the year-over-year change in the U.S. Consumer Price Index, or U.S. CPI. Over the last 10 years, that's averaged around 2.7%. But in recent years, it's been rather volatile. 3 years ago, it was about 5%. 2 years ago, about 9%, and this past year, it was about 3%. So if we continue with what we'll call the status quo of assuming that we index rates each October by US CPI, and if we assume that the 3% experienced this past year is what carries forward into the future each year, then what we're showing on the screen right now are what we project, all else equal, year-end funding balances to result in. And each blue bar represents our year-end projected fund balance. That black line sloping upward represents our 2.5-month minimum reserve requirement. And what we see is that by next fiscal year 2025, with a 3% increase, operating reserves would fall below our minimum requirement and would be exhausted by fiscal year 2027. I added to the bottom of this chart the debt service coverage results that we project each year. And currently, we're at around that 2 times annual debt service requirement or target. Assuming 3% each October, by next fiscal year, we would drop from over 2.0 down to about 1.6. And by fiscal year 31, we would be under 1.2 times annual debt service. So it's not a trend that the utility rating agencies like to see. I also added a scenario, since we don't really know what US CPI will be. What if it's on kind of the higher end of the range? So instead of 3%, what if we assume 4% each October 1st? And we get similar results, a little bit better, but similar results. By next fiscal year, operating fund balances are below our minimum target and totally exhausted by fiscal year 2028. Our debt service coverage drops from about 2 today down to about 1.6 by next fiscal year, and by fiscal year 2031 are below the 1.5 times annual debt service. So what is a multi-year rate plan that will fund all of the identified requirements, all else equal? Well, the plan that's on the screen now is what would work. It would fund all identified operating requirements, including that 2.5-month minimum reserve. It would fund the capital requirements through a combination of these rate adjustments plus future debt issuances. And it would maintain debt service coverage annually that is at least 2 times annual debt service. And that takes into account the projected future debt service that this plan projects. So in addition to these rate increases, there's also as well as some identified grants and contributed capital and the use of capacity charges, we identify a need of about $270 million of future borrowing. Now, about $58 million of that would be through low-interest state revolving fund loans. But the remaining $212 million would be that senior lien revenue bond debt that we would need to maintain net revenues above a certain threshold relative to.
Could you also speak to our AA Fitch rating and the availability of these low-interest SRF loans? Because currently, what we have what we've received through SRF loans has been less than 1% interest rate, correct?
Yes.
Yes, I can add to that, Councilman Clufus. Our current wastewater treatment plant 2 construction that's underway right now to expand our plant from 2 million gallons a day to 4 million gallons a day, that's a 0% loan. We were able to get even less than, most of them in the past, from my memory, have been under 2%, but this loan we actually got at 0%.
And part of that is because of our responsible nature of being able to have these projections and our AA rating, correct?
Yes, sir.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah, and to that point, the better the rating, the lower the cost of borrowing.
Yep.
And so that was a plan, that was how we derived the multi-year plan of rate revenue adjustments. What's shown on the screen now is the current rate structure. We have 2 tables. The one on the left represents the current water rates, the one on the right, the current wastewater rates. The top half of each table reflect the fixed monthly base charges that every customer is going to pay, and it's scaled by meter size. The bottom half of each table represents the monthly volumetric charges. So this is a function of how much water is used per month. And the rate is a flat unitary rate per 1,000 gallons for all customer classes with water and wastewater except single family and duplex, or I'm going to call them residential customer classes. Currently, it's a 4-tier inclining block rate structure. And this is a good rate structure. It promotes water conservation. And it's currently 4 tiers, ranging from 0 to 5,000 gallons, 5,000 to 10, 10 to 20, and then greater than 20. I also want to point out that this current rate structure promotes strong fiscal stability. The fixed charge revenue, which in theory are guaranteed to get in the event of a catastrophic event. Even if a customer uses no water, they still in theory would pay the fixed charge. So there's a level of revenue stability that comes with that. And industry guidance is that the fixed charge range, the revenue recovery range between 30 and 50%. Currently, we calculate water fixed charges to be recovering about 46%, wastewater about 48%. So we're within that industry range and at the high end. So very, very secure from that perspective. But as part of the utility rate study, we had the opportunity to evaluate this rate structure and on a revenue neutral basis, try to, modify the rate structure, if possible, to achieve certain goals, again, on a revenue neutral basis, if possible. And there were 3 key objectives or goals that were identified with city staff. The first is, in light of a 6% rate adjustment that we just looked at for May 1st, what can we do to mitigate that impact to the low water user or fixed income customer? The second objective was, how can we further promote or continue to promote water conservation and extend the life of the existing capacity that still remains? And then finally, how can we, through these changes, maintain and preserve that strong fixed revenue recovery element? So what's on the screen now is the updated rate schedule for water and wastewater on May 1st, should the May 1st 6% rate increase be adopted. My first point is, of the 2 staff recommendations pertaining to this point, the first is that we add an extra tier to the 4-tier structure. So instead of making it 4 tiers for residential water customers, it'd be 5 tiers. We'll carve out the first 2,000 gallons of that first 0 to 5,000 tier at a reduced rate that is then subsidized by those other tiers, again, on a revenue neutral basis. The second recommendation is that any adjustments on May 1st occur exclusively on the volumetric revenue side. So we'll hold the fixed charge revenue flat. Again, that will help that low water user fixed income customer because we're holding their fixed charges flat and we're offering a reduced rate at that lifeline level. Now, in making those changes, there's a slight reduction to that fixed charge revenue recovery. Water dropped from about 46% down to 44%, and wastewater would drop down from about 48, 49 down to 47%. So we would still preserve, under these rate structure changes, strong revenue stability.
Eric, can you go back to that slide just for a second? Councilwoman Pontieri, just for clarity, when you were asking about, okay, well, what's a 4,390 gallon customer look like, right? I want to make sure it's clear, because I think there can be confusion sometimes when you have a tiered system like this. That, for example, that customer that uses 4,390 gallons, their first 2,000 is in that 0 to 2,000. So they're paying $5.28 for 1,000 gallons of water, right? And then as they move across that 2,000 tier, they move into the next tier. So that next 2,390 are in the tier of 2,000 to 5,000, not their entire bill, just that portion of their bill.
That helps clarify. Thank you, exponentially. I appreciate it, yeah.
It's like income tax.
Pleasure.
And to, if I can add to that, so the typical residential customer in the city uses 2,500 gallons. With the rate structure changes that we just showed, that typical residential customer is going to see their bill increase 0.1% or 9 cents per month. So relatively flat, no impact.
Can you repeat that one more time just for posterity? So an average user of 2,500 gallons a month would see a 0.1% increase in their water bill?
Yes.
Understood.
That is correct. And that's a 0.1% increase in their combined water and wastewater bill.
Gotcha.
Half the residential bills would see a slight decrease of approximately 0.5%. And approximately 96% of all residential bills will see an increase less than 6%. On the non-residential side, if we look at the average 3/4 inch, 1 inch, and 2 inch connections, that average customer is going to be increasing about 4.5%. So still less than the 6% overall increase.
So can I just ask you really quickly then, if the average customer, residential customer in Palm Coast is going to be paying either something nominal additionally or less, how is it that this overall increase is going to actually increase our revenues? Is it based more on multifamily, outside of the city, commercial?
Volumetric users.
Higher water users. Those who use water more are going to pay more. We're still getting an overall 6% increase. We're putting all the increase on the volumetric side, but to shield that low water user fixed income customer, we're going to have that subsidized lifeline tier of 0 to 2,000 and include all that 6%, the 6% revenue need plus the subsidization of that lifeline tier, all within tiers 2 through 5.
Okay.
So again, promoting water conservation, trying to send a stronger price signal.
And you said that the proposed scenario that you all are recommending does not include any increase on the base in May.
Correct.
Is there ever going to be an increase in the base based on what you're recommending?
After the May 1st implementation, where we would roll in these rate structure modifications, going forward, a 6% increase would be a 6% across the board increase to all utility rates.
Okay, so that's the base and the usage?
Yes, correct.
And can you go over the commercial rate again, please?
Yeah, if we look at the 50% quartile, so the average customer, average non-residential account, at 3/4 inch, 1 inch, and 2 inch connections, so those are going to be your more frequent non-residential accounts or connections.
Would that be restaurants, or what does that encompass? When you give me that pipe size, I'm not sure what that means.
2 inch would be a normal restaurant size.
Yeah. The 3/4 inch is equivalent to a single-family residential home, and then a 1 inch would be a business that's in between.
Yes, office complex or things like that would
So that
be
increase
common
would-
for a 1 inch.
What would that increase be again?
On average, or at the 50th percentile for each of those connections, it'd be about a 4.5% increase.
In
Between
May.
4.3 and 4.8% per month.
So
on
you
the total
realize
utility.
that businesses will be passing that rate increase along to consumers? Okay.
Yep.
Well, in some regard too, but some of the much bigger consumers, they normalize that across the board too. So just because Walmart pays a little bit more in water here won't necessarily make our, a razor blade to shave my face 4% higher than it would down in Ormond Beach at that Walmart. So the largest commercial users will normalize that impact.
Good.
So the third recommendation from staff pertains to the capacity fees. And so we, as part of our study, calculated the full cost recovery water and wastewater capital facility fees or capacity fees. We used a methodology that took into account the existing system value and the capacity of that existing system plus the expansion-related portion of the capital improvement program over the next 5 years, and the capacity to be added by those expansion-related projects. We divide that total system investment over the number of equivalent residential connections that it can support, and that gives us our full cost recovery fee. For water, it's $5,421, or a 35.71% increase over today's water capital facility fee. And on the wastewater side, it's $6,800 per equivalent residential connection, or 24.98% increase over today's fee per equivalent residential connection. Now, it's important to note that in 2021, the state passed some revisions to the Florida impact fee law. Basically, they've stated that impact fees, or capacity fees, as these are, can only increase one time, generally speaking, can only increase one time by no more than 50% in a 4-year period. If the increases that are calculated are between 25% and 50%, that increase must be phased in over 4 increments. If it's between 0 and 25, it must be phased in over 2 equal increments. And so those fees that those full cost recovery fees that I just showed on the prior slide would phase in on the water side because it's about a 35.7% increase. We would phase that in equally over the 4-year period, each May 1st. And for wastewater, because it was just under 25%, we would be phasing that in over a 2-year period. Then the fee would hold flat for 2 years until a new study is conducted and new full cost recovery fees are determined. And so with that, again, we're showing the staff's recommendations for adoption, the first being a multi-year plan of rate revenue adjustments with a 6% increase this May 1st, 6% on October 1st, 2025, 6% October 1st, 2026, and 3.5% October 1st of 2026 fiscal year 2027. And then each year thereafter, unless or until a new study is conducted, revert back to the city's current practice of automatic annual indexing each October 1st, but with a caveat. We'll still tie it to US CPI, but set a floor by basically saying that it's the greater of US CPI or 3.5%. Again, unless or until a new rate study is conducted. The second recommendation is that with those 6%, or with the 6% increase in May 1st, we would apply the increases to exclusively the volumetric charges, and then we would be adding in a new lifeline tier to that residential water volumetric tier structure. And then finally, staff is recommending the 4-year schedule of capital facility fee increases that we see on the screen, with 4 years of 8.93% for water and 2 years of 12.49% for wastewater. And one last point that I missed was the scenario, or the results that we looked at assume implementation of the full cost capital facility fees. If that did not, if those were not approved and the current fees remain, that would be an additional 0.5% on top of all of the rate increases that we're proposing starting October 1st. So instead of 6%, it'd be 6.5%. Instead of 3.5%, we'd need 4%. So that would be the cost to the rate, to the multi-year rate plan. Thank you.
Question? Can I have a question?
If I may, let me,
Absolutely.
let me go first, just as an overview for you. I think my instructions at the last meeting, City Manager, was to prepare a summary, if you will, of the consequences with regard to the timing of all of this. I think I speak for myself. I think I probably speak for my fellow city council members that we are completely aware that it is a requirement. It is, there is no question that we must provide the best quality of water at the demand of every resident. That goes without question. I think we also understand that to continue to do that, into the future will require investment. That's just the way these things work. So timing becomes my issue. Now, you referred to fund balance, and you are suggesting that the fund balance increase over time. Just help me understand that again, why?
We have there's a stated requirement that the minimum fund balance.
I'm sorry, stated by whom?
A stated requirement that the operating fund will maintain a minimum balance that will not drop below 2.5 months of annual operating requirements.
So if you juice up the operating expense, you pull up the fund balance. Who states that?
It's city's stated policy.
Our own policy. Okay, that's number one. If the fund balance were to fall below 2.0, what is the consequence from the bank on that day?
Higher cost of borrowing, assuming you could get. It would be less favorable terms of borrowing
So
at
that's
a time
an
when you would
assumption,
need it.
or you know that for a fact, based on our long track record and good work with the banks?
I can't answer for the utility rating agencies, but from my experience and from the guidance provided, you want to maintain debt service coverage well above your minimums, and you don't want to
Okay.
show precipitous
And
declines.
I don't want to take up my fellow city council members' time, but again, timing is my issue. So and I appreciate the memorandum on the consequences. However, I find the memorandum, which is part of the agenda today, to be full of coulds and woulds, which is probably similar to some of the assumptions. So once again, my issue, my problem is with the timing of this. If something it could happen, would happen, that doesn't finite the timeline that it will happen. So I think you're suggesting that if we don't follow your program today, there could be an additional expense to it. Is that a would or a could? Don't know. Okay.
All else equal, raising rates later will require higher rates.
Well, that's the same assumption that we made at the last meeting, that the number of single-family home permits was on the rise, and in fact, it's decreased by more than 22%.
And I'm saying all else equal.
Yeah, all else equal. Okay, appreciate it. I will now open up for city council members. I'm sorry, Councilman Clufus, you want to start?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation. I think that was very in-depth, and
No,
thank you. Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Councilman Clufus, but the presentation isn't over. Would you like to continue, or would you like to ask some
I
questions?
apologize. My apologies.
part,
I
I'm
thought you
sorry.
said that you had one more. My apologies. Please finish.
No
Most
problem.
certainly felt like the end.
Thank you, appreciate it. Okay, so if rates are not adjusted, many impacts could occur. A reduced level of service, impacts on routine tasks, potential compromise of the system reliability and effectiveness will be an outcome of funding restrictions. With a lack of funding for maintenance, system deterioration will begin, increasing failure rates in the future. Inadequate funding of items such as cybersecurity could leave the system vulnerable to cyber attacks. Water system pressure reductions would reduce firefighting capabilities, and wastewater spills would increase, posing public health risks and potentially lead to DEP enforcements. The current rate structure will not fund our 5-year capital plan. Failure to expand infrastructure and accommodate growth will result in missed community investments, job creation, and tax revenue associated with new development. Regulatory compliance issues will likely increase. This can include items such as wastewater spills, wastewater treatment facility treatment violations. In this slide, we show that the city currently has 2 wastewater treatment facilities with a combined capacity of 8.83 million gallons a day. We currently are at our limitations for permitted capacity while we construct wastewater treatment plant number 2's expansion from 2 million gallons a day to 4 million gallons a day. This is expected to be completed late this year or early 2025. Future expansion in the 5-year plan is vital to our community's economic growth. Proposing inadequate funding today will not save in the long term. Deferred maintenance can escalate minor issues into major problems. Deteriorating infrastructure will hinder economic investment, job creation, and tax revenue growth in the community. Staff and our rate consultant recommend adoption of the first read of Ordinance 2024 revising utility rates. We thank Council for consideration of this important step in continuing to provide for our community today, tomorrow, and for our community's future. Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you for your presentation. Does that conclude the presentation?
It does.
Apologies again
Thank
for
you, Mayor.
interrupting. Councilman Clufus.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation. I have 2 questions. The first one, the funding mechanisms for our water utility. Can you explain just briefly how an enterprise fund works and whether or not we can tap general fund tax dollars for this, how impact fees correlate into all this, whether we're able to have drawdowns of one-time expenditures from other funds, or how an enterprise works in regards to that? So just for the posterity of knowledge, how our enterprise funds are funded, where we get these funds from, and the available funds that we can use for these type of projects, and the continued operation of the facility.
So very simply, an enterprise fund is like a business. It covers its own costs. It generates its own revenues to cover those costs. And in theory, it stands independent from the general fund. It's not supported by the general fund. It's not supported by property taxes or any of those other types of sources. When it comes to funding of capital, or rather when it comes to funding of operating requirements, that comes from your user fees. Those are the monthly rates that you pay. So that's going to fund the operating requirements of the system. Anything that's left over after you've satisfied, reserve requirements and those things, anything else that's left over can be used then for below the line expenditure types of, like capital, or for paying for debt. That's another thing. The debt service is covered by user rates as well, like operating costs. On the capital side, we have additional sources, right? We have those available unrestricted reserves. We may have available grants or contributed capital that we can utilize. We also have capacity fees or impact fees, which are meant to recover they're meant to, for new connections, to have them cover the cost or to share in the equity of the capacity of the system. So I'm a new connection and there's a system that's been put in the ground or new backbone infrastructure that has to get developed. And it's a way of ensuring that me as a new connection, I'm going to pay for my share of the capacity gained by that asset. And we can use that only for expansion-related capital or the debt service associated with that expansion-related capital. And so that would be a source for funding of capital.
Understood. Excellent. Thank you very much for that. Next, since I'm the only council member that is on our council that went through this process already, if we look back at the retrospective analysis that was conducted, barring any of the extreme circumstances that have led to the increase of costs of certain things exponentially, would our projections from our previous rate assessment have satisfied our operational costs today? So barring the chlorine, the line being up 40%, would we be at a rate today that would be acceptable?
No, you would still, the assumed cost increases on just the operating side, so forget capital, on just the operating side, is outpacing that of the 10-year average change in US CPI. So if we're assuming about 5% year-over-year increase in our annual operating costs, a 3%, a 4% increase just isn't going to keep pace with that. So
Or
no,
Can I help? Or it hasn't done that in that 5-year span between the last rate study and this current rate study, Councilman.
Understood. And there have been significant events that have happened in the world that have caused this to actually happen. So I appreciate those answers, and thank you very much for the analysis and the presentation.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to reserve my comments till after public comment.
Okay, you want to?
I'll reserve.
Would you mind? I don't want to lose your thought. Sure. So you were asking about the prior study compared to this study.
Yep.
So it brings me back to the same concept of presumptions. So the presumptions were, it's not a fault, but they were wrong in the prior study, and I'm questioning them again in the current study because, you know, some part of this is a crystal ball. I mean, I think we all understand that, and there's not much else we can do about it, which brings me back again to the timing issue. Did you explain, or do we clearly understand, if we are to begin our investment in the future of our utilities to guarantee, not could, would, or should, guarantee the free-flowing water at the demand of every resident in 2025, we've heard today that folks are suffering, that they're having great difficulties on fixed incomes. I know there's a component within this that would alleviate a little bit of it, but not all of it. The additional cost by moving this to 2025, when we have high hopes that the economy has improved, would be what additional cost in round numbers, according to your assumptions?
Based on the two status quo scenarios that I should, no, I mean, you would, without an increase for fiscal year 2025.
No, I said starting in 2025.
Right, if there's no increase by October 1st of 2024, or the first day of fiscal year 2025, then all else equal, we project fund balance to drop below that 2.5-month target and debt service coverage to drop precipitously down to 1.
Because of 60 days. I have a problem with that. You said October, I'm talking about from January of 2025, you're having that precipitous drop in 2 months' time.
Well, that's two 6% increases, one on May 1st, one on October 1st. So it would not be happening.
Depending on what the arrangement for increases might be if we were to consider a future timing schedule. Okay, all right.
Again, I'll reserve my comments till after public comment.
I have some questions. Again, thanks for your efforts and your time. I know you guys have worked hard on this tiered system to try to mitigate the impacts. Is there any way, and this may sound ridiculous, but I'm trying to be creative here. So we pay every dollar that a Palm Coast resident pays in ad valorem, 44 cents of that goes to the county. Is there a way to increase the impact on users outside the city versus inside the city, or is that not possible?
You currently charge a 25% adder to outside city customers. That is by law, that is the max that you can charge. I will say that the last couple of years, including this year, there's been legislation introduced at the state level to reduce or alter that 25% threshold. But as it sits today, currently, yeah, there's a 25% surcharge.
Okay, so we're at the max right now.
Yes.
And then, do we have right now budgeted money that will be sent from the utility fund, specifically this enterprise fund, over to anything regarding the MOC? And if so, how much is that? And I guess that I shouldn't just limit it to the next fiscal year, but through, let's say, 2027.
Yes, there are millions of dollars in this plan to go towards the MOC over the 5-year plan.
For posterity, that's the Maintenance Operations Center. I'm not sure
Yes,
if
I'm
everyone's
sorry, I called the MOC, the Maintenance Operations Center. So I think my kind of reservation with accepting this model as it is now then is that I believe we've asked for what, 30 million in state appropriations for the Maintenance Operations Center. I don't know if that's the exact amount, but I know it's a lot. I know Jason is perking up back there. If you can come up. And this is a concern of mine, because if we get the state appropriations, it presumably could have an effect on what the utility has to put towards the Maintenance Operations Center, which would that lessen the amount that we have slated for capital projects, or would that lessen the amount that we have projected for regular upkeep, maintenance, et cetera?
I believe it's all on the capital.
It's all on the capital side.
It's all on capital, okay. And the capital side that you all have projected should be paid for by the proposed impact fee increase.
The expansion-related portion or the debt service associated. If there aren't enough capacity fees that have been received at the time, when you start construction, then, you could issue debt service and then use those funds to pay for the debt service in the future.
So, but specifically the Maintenance Operations Center, those money, that pot of funding cannot come straight from impact fees. Is that an accurate statement?
I don't believe so. I'd have to double check, but I'm pretty sure that's not an expansion project.
Okay. So in other words, if we got state appropriations for the Maintenance Operation Center, it could potentially lessen the monies that we're requiring from this rate utility increase.
Go ahead, Jason.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council, Jason DiLorenzo. Quick discussion with Carl. The request from the state, which is $25 million,
25.
would cover the general fund portion of construction, not the contributions from the utility.
Okay, so, and I don't want to go down a rabbit hole here, but if we got, and this is a big if we got the 25 million, that would cover the general fund portion. Is there no way to, I guess, further project out what is contributed from the utility fund into the Maintenance Operations Center so that we're not having to have such a steep increase over the next 3 years?
I apologize. I'm going to need Carl for that.
Okay,
but
he's coming
the
up.
only other thing I'll add is that I know you've inquired, I think we have approximately another 24 million in other requests that are directly utility related on the capital side. So
Okay.
not indirectly like the MOC, but directly related on the capital side.
Okay, that was going to be one of my next questions as well. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
The
Carl,
utility.
introduce yourself.
Carl Cody, Director of Stormwater Engineering. In regards to the CIP plan for the MOC, the utility dollars are spread out over the 5 years. Just due to the cost of the project, it's phased. So we have only the dollars needed for that particular phase funded in that year. And annually, we take the dollars out of utility fund for their portion of that next phase. So it's not like we're getting all the money up front and banking it. We're slowly getting the dollars sent over for their allocation as we progress with the project.
Okay, so it's already phased out.
It's already phased out. Now, without, the increases and we get the state appropriation, then we wouldn't have utilities match, for that other half of the appropriation.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess, have you all looked at whether or not, well, let me ask you this, Eric. During the last meeting, Councilman Clufus specifically asked about, for lack of a better term, a CPI that was specifically tied to water rates. What was that called again?
Yeah, the Water and Sewerage Maintenance Series. So U.S. Consumer Price Index, or the U.S. CPI that we see in the news each month, that's actually a basket of 200 other indices. One of those specific indices is the Water and Sewerage Maintenance Series. It effectively tracks the change to a typical consumer and the cost of their monthly water and wastewater bills. So it's kind of a good surrogate for just the overall cost increases that facing utilities. And based on that, over the last 10 years, I want to say it was closer to 4%.
I thought it was 3.9 was
Is
what
it
you
3, yeah,
presented
3.9% average over the 10 years. Now, more recently, it would have fluctuated, just like US CPI did. But I think the point there is that it's averaged more than a percentage point greater than the overall US CPI number.
Okay. Have you all projected out what it would look like? Because I'll be really frank with you. I have less of an issue with increases to consumer usage fees than I do base charges. Increasing base charges, default charges, anything like that, that's where my larger issue comes into play. Have you all looked at what these charts would project if we did the 6% raise only on usage in May, but then went to the 3.9 or 4% for the other raises in the future? And I ask that because it seems to me that at 4%, even though it does lower our target, it doesn't put us in this red area until 2028, and a lot can change between now and then. So before we just implement these raises, I have an issue with going to the 6% if we haven't sufficiently evaluated what it would look like to do the 4% already.
So the 6% represents the overall need from rate revenue. So regardless of where that comes from, whether it comes from the volumetric or if we just pick one customer and put it all in that one customer, it doesn't matter. It's still a 6% overall need. So the rate plan that we've identified is the lowest plan of multi-year rates that will satisfy all of the requirements of the system. Anything less, yeah, is going to have repercussions. Assuming all of our assumptions bear out, then so by going to 4%, doing a 6% in May and then going to 4%, we'll still be under recovering relative to needs. Now, to your point, I'm not sure what the city's policy is internally if we fall below that 2.5-month threshold. What does that mean for the fund? Do you have to recover to a certain point in a certain amount of time? I don't know, and how might that affect things? I'm not really sure. But in fiscal year 2025, we project that the utility is going to need to borrow funds for capital projects per the current capital plan. And so it would be in the city's best interest from a cost of borrowing perspective to be going into that process with an approved plan of rates that preserve based upon our best assumptions over the near term that will satisfy all of the requirements that staff has stated they need to provide the level of service that they've promised to provide.
If I can add to that, Councilwoman Pontieri, I think one of the things that would happen if you were to propose a rate less than the analysis has shown is what would happen is we would tighten our belts at the utility to stay within that 2 times rate. And you would see a level of our customers, our citizens, those that we provide service to and that we're proud to do daily, would see a level of service decrease. We would have to decrease the maintenance of the system, which would then cost us in the long term down the road. That is what we want to avoid at all costs, basically. So these numbers are not inflated numbers. These numbers are numbers to maintain our system at somewhere close to the level we maintain it today, which is not a perfect level, but it's a level that probably beats the average.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions right now.
So, Steve, just to follow up on what you just said. So I have a note here that shows me the CCI adjustments for the last 5 years. And they've gone up every single year. So I'm struggling with the idea that putting this plan into place, and this has to do with your forecasting and your budgeting, is not going to result in ongoing increases like this. In other words, why is there no budget or plan that we can count on that caps these increases and doesn't go above what our expectations are? I mean, I have to be honest with you, this presentation today, or actually last week, is well above any of our city council members. I mean, I can't speak for everybody, but certainly above my expectations on what it would cost to invest into the rather far distant future. And I do understand the point. If you fix it today, or if you polish it today, it may cost less to fix in the future. I get that. But we don't always have that luxury to polish everything today so it's more pristine in the future. You know, I'm looking for a, you know, I'm choosing the timeline of this as opposed to adjusting the amount of the investment as a negotiation here in terms of what would be the ideal solution to benefit the taxpayer, the ratepayers. So anyway, with that, yes, ma'am.
I actually don't have any questions, but I do have concerns, and pretty much on the same page with Councilmember Clufus and also the mayor. Just concerned that I'm kind of feeling like we're being made to make a decision on presumptions of what may or may not happen in the future, while at the same time holding our citizens in a place where it's going to affect their lives. And it's going to affect, that's all I've been hearing through this whole entire meeting this morning, about how we're being affected financially in our cost of living here in Palm Coast, and everything is continuing to go up and up and up. This affects every single person that sits out here in this council meeting today. It also affects me also. I'm a part of this community. It affects me also. Every time something is increased, every time something is raised in this community, it affects me, it affects every individual in this community, it affects our senior citizens, who I'm highly concerned about. And someone mentioned earlier that our senior citizens moved here 20 years ago on fixed incomes, continue to live on those same incomes. My heart goes out to this woman who spoke this morning, just almost in pain that she's 69 years old, still having to work, and this city is becoming unaffordable, yet we still continue to want to raise and raise and raise. Is this something that can be put off periodically just to see where we're going within maybe the next year or so? Just so that we can look out for the well-being and the future of our citizens and residents here in Palm Coast. Can it be pushed off a bit? I understand that it may affect what happens to us in the future, but we need to look at what it's costing our citizens to live here in this city right now, because it's affecting all of us.
As stated before, Council.
Is that a question? Is that a question you want them to answer, or a statement?
Can we put this off a bit for now, or do we have to make a decision on it? Is it imperative that we make a decision on this today?
Based upon the requirements that staff has identified over the near term, the very near term, yes, rate adjustments are needed sooner rather than later. And the sooner you can get it rated,
I'm sorry, go
say,
ahead.
the sooner you raise rates, the more powerful the compounding on that earlier rate increase is. So all else equal, if our costs are still our costs, if we delay increases, then when we come to the time to decide on rate increases again, the needs are still there. It's just now the rate adjustment has to be greater because you're missing out on the benefit of adopting rate adjustments earlier.
Okay, I understand that, and I would like to hear some of the comments from our community also. Thank you.
Okay, does that conclude?
Yes.
Got your answer? Okay, Councilman Clufus?
Just a couple more questions. Number one, I just also wanted to remind everybody that we were able to accomplish a rollback rate for the Palm Coast taxes this past year. So there was not even a tax staying still. You literally paid the same dollar for dollar amount on this past tax bill as you did the time. Oh, I'm sorry. How about that? Better?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So we achieved a full rollback rate this past tax season. So literally the same dollar for dollar taxes for the city of Palm Coast have been the same for the past 2 tax years. Number two, is there any way to have a drawdown of reserve funds to supplement a 1-year ongoing cost for what this is looking like. We're going to be running a deficit for this upcoming year to be able to buy us that time, to be able to make another analysis within a year of seeing whether or not the projections hold true. What I'm hearing from our council is that there's trepidation on whether or not they trust these projections. Is there a way to supplement our current deficit that we're running to keep us at the current rate with a one-time drawdown on reserve funds to get us to a place in the future where we can reevaluate to see whether the projections were correct?
I mean, I would have to just defer to city management.
Councilman, is that in deference to the lending rate that if it was a part of a plan for a single year drawdown, that could be perhaps negotiated with a lender so that it wouldn't, I'm not going to say negatively affect our lending rate, but would not, make it
neutral. It basically
something if it was in fact a part of the plan.
Correct,
Okay,
yeah.
I understand.
Essentially, keep us neutral. We're in the same space we would be today, a year from now, what that drawdown would be dollar-wise, and then whether or not that's something that we can actually do with our city finances. That might be a Helena question, I'm unsure.
So want to hold that question, and maybe we'll try to get to an answer to that. That's a good question. Okay.
To kind of piggyback off that, I like the creative thinking on that as an alternative. I don't really doubt the projections, I have to tell you. I mean, I do trust your expertise that the projections are probably pretty accurate. What I'm concerned about is that we're not taking into account certain appropriations that could be coming in that could affect the overall landscape of what we're looking at. And whether we want to be conservative and safe, we don't want to put ourselves in a precarious position, especially from a lending position, because that will cost us a lot more money long term. But I'm with you. I think if there is a possibility, and I see Elena is taking the seat, to do that, I would definitely like to explore that option.
Elena?
Good morning, Helena Alves, Finance Director. I'm trying to see if I can understand your question. You're saying use our current reserves as a funding source for operations for the upcoming fiscal year?
Essentially, the deficit that we're running today, to supplement that, to keep us at our current rate so that we don't go further into an operational deficit. So I would assume that would be operational expenses.
So, because utility is a proprietary fund, right? So your revenues and expenditures are contained within that fund. Any fund balance that's over your 20% reserve is automatically transferred to capital or to capital purchases. And that's how we've been able to fund some of the equipment that's been needed because the rates have stayed the same and the costs to do business have increased significantly over the past 2 to 3 years. So we've used anything above your 20% to fund the vehicles and the equipment that Mr. Flanagan needs for his operations. Now, we are at the end of our audit, so your external auditors will be coming to council in March. They will recalculate that fund balance, and typically through the budget process, if there is anything above the 20%, we would bring to council to fund items like the ones I just described. I think what Eric and his team did was, if we took no action and continued as we're going, where would that fund balance be? So technically, his graph shows that there won't be any available fund balance. I think past 2025?
Yeah, we project that fund balance would drop below the 2.5-month target in 2025, and then would be completely exhausted by around fiscal year 27 or 28.
Yep. So for more clarification, essentially I'm asking, do we have any funds or ability to transfer between capital and operating expenditures to cover what we would assume this rate increase would cover for today until a year from now? So the delta of our operational costs, the 6%, if it's compounded, basically I don't want to get us in a worse position in the future, because I fully agree that if we put this off too long, the rate increases are going to be much more substantial, more so every day, because you lose the power of compounding. But that delta that is going to be accumulated by these rate increases, do we have a way from our fund reserves, whether it's general fund or capital, or excuse me, or the enterprise fund, do we have a way to allocate any money to basically compensate for what we expect to have these gains be, to give us a year to see whether or not these projections or potentially funding from other state sources does come through and lowers our obligations?
Can I hit that one a little bit with you guys? Our capital is not funded now. Without these rate increases, we don't have the money to expand facilities, to make any room for growth for the pipeline that's out there today. I understand exactly what the mayor said. We don't have crystal balls. We do our best, and our rate consultant has done his best to gauge what the crystal ball is in the future. We do have factual information for the 5 years in the past to today, which benefits us greatly. But I can tell you, if we don't pass a portion of this at minimum, we do not have the capital to expand facilities or even address some of our operational issues that we need to address. And I understand exactly when the mayor spoke to, we don't have real specific items that are going to fail because we don't know what's going to fail
And we have an aging
next
system
year
that's
or the
starting to
year
come to the
after.
end of the year.
But we know the failure rate will increase if we don't maintain what we have. And that's the concern. So we did not want to overstate, if you will, Mayor and Council, what the failure rates would be, what our spills would increase to, what our non-compliance issues would become with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, because we do our damn best to stay within them. But at the end of the day, we know, in fact, they would increase.
Yep.
So that's the real concern, and the funding is not there for the capital any more than it is on the operational. It's probably less so on the capital side than it is on the operational side.
So, Councilman Clufus, did you get your full answer? My understanding was part of your question was, can we dip into the reserve with, as a part of the plan, the written plan, which we would negotiate with the lender, so it would not significantly adversely affect our lending rate, in order to extend the curve that you showed out a little bit longer, so that we perhaps can look for a more stable or more beneficial economy in the future? I mean, is that what you were asking? I'm not sure I really heard that answer.
Yep, that's exactly what I'm asking.
Helena, do you understand my question? In other words, I'm suggesting that by reducing that reserve as part of the plan with a one-time drawdown of some amount, that you'd have to calculate, with the lender being fully aware that this is a one-time deal, is that going to negatively affect your ability to negotiate our lending rates in the future?
So our existing debt has certain coverage requirements. I'm assuming that's what you're speaking to, right? Make sure that we have sufficient revenues not to drop below that coverage requirement.
Correct.
And are you talking about just using utility revenue reserves, or
General fund reserves, however we had to. That was my.
Yeah, I think your question was across the board, so that it would lessen the pain in any potential, in any of the commitments that we have to avoid any penalties.
So we would have to look at what this 12% increase, right, 6% in May, 6% in October, what would that equate to?
Right.
And then is that available in reserves, and are you willing to use your reserves for that specific purpose, because you can't necessarily repay it back? It would be a funding source.
Is there a possibility that doing that analysis could result in an answer that you're being asked?
So the result of the analysis would be, are we still maintaining our coverage, and what would be I'm assuming you're asking the credit ramifications of doing something like that?
Obviously, we would not be maintaining our coverage, but would a slight dip in that coverage negatively affect our lending rate if it were part of our plan and negotiated well with the lender? I know. Is that an analysis that you would need to do?
I think the credit rating would be different, would come from a different organization than the lending institution. So
Okay,
you can have better
correct my
terms.
words, that's fine.
Well, I say you could have better terms with one banker on a given issue, but the rating agencies will still look at the plan and draw their own conclusions.
So
and
is
rate you
anyone prepared
accordingly.
to tell me what the delta in the rating agency factor would be? Nor do I know. Okay. Did you want to go further, or is that enough for now?
Nope, I think that's enough. My goal is just because I'm worried that we could have failures, and that's exactly what we have to try to prevent. And historically, I know that these operational costs and capital expenditures, these things continue to rise. I think that it's imperative that we try to find a solution to at least get funding to keep our level of service that we have today continuing. And I fear that we are not getting that momentum up here. So I'm trying to find creative solutions to at least extend out to a point to where we would have the ability to adopt something like this.
And the one other thing I didn't hear was the discussion on city council about the opportunity for future alternative revenue streams. That hasn't actually been mentioned, nor is that any part of this analysis that's been done so far as I know. Do you want me to open up public comment at this point, or did you want to comment? Want to do that now? So if I could, let's open up public comment on this agenda item. You go second next.
Mayor, Council. My name is John Burley. I'm in W section. I just bought a house, settled on it last May. My wife and I moved down here in December 4th. After we purchased the house, of course, we were receiving utility bills from the city. In June and July, we received a $435 utility bill, water bill. And I'm like, what is going on with this? I said, we're not even moved in, and we're getting this type of usage. So I called the city. I said, what's going on? How are you all tracking this? And they go, well, let me look up the times. So they gave me the times. 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Okay, irrigation system. This is a new complex, City Hall. You have a reclaimed irrigation system out there. Why are the new builders tapping into our water supply that is taxing the water treatment systems? Why, and also the sewer system. So why is this happening? I know the older section of Palm Coast, they're on wells. The irrigation systems are on wells. But the new developments, out of our drinking water. Why do I want my irrigation system on my drinking water? It's very taxing, and the new developments are doing it. And you can probably look up how many gallons of water are used early in the morning, because that's where the irrigation systems are usually used. Could save you a lot on, number one, chlorine use. You're saying that went up 111% or whatever. So where and why are we allowing new developers to do this and not do reclaim water? Why? Can anybody answer that? Can you answer that?
All right, thank you. Thank you for your comment. Let me ask if
Okay.
that, now we may have to get back to you on that. That's a lot, there's a lot to that question, but.
Well, that's my
let-
other question. With all these questions that are going on,
Yeah.
are you gonna post this in like the Palm Coast Magazine?
No, what I'm going to ask you to do, though, is if you would, put your question on the comment card so that we can respond to you.
Okay.
We don't have
Steve,
reused
do you
lines
wanna-
run everywhere. I
Can
mean,
you
that's
respond to that, or?
I'd be glad to respond if
Yeah.
you'd like, Mayor. Couple of things. We have been in the reclaimed water business for roughly 15 years. 2008, we put in our backbone system. Keep in mind, the backbone system comes out of our 5-year capital plan, so you have to have the funds in the 5-year capital plan to fund these kinds of major capital expenditures for the future of the community, because it's really all about the future, like the gentleman spoke to. So we have done our best to try and make sure that we've installed reclaim mains in those areas like the gentleman spoke to, in the new developments, so that we could provide reclaimed water to those developments to lessen the demand on the aquifer when it comes down to irrigation. We are totally with him with not wanting to irrigate lawns with potable water. That is also one of the reasons why we took the actions in this study to say we want to continue to make conservation rates. So as Eric spoke to earlier, the May increase is basically all to conservation rate. So it increases the rates to those that are using high quantities of water for irrigation, because we don't want them doing that. We'd rather them put in their own irrigation well than to irrigate with potable water.
Thank you for that, Steve. I'm sorry, the lady I think had, no, I think she had asked to be next.
Can I add one other thing,
Please.
Mayor? Unfortunately, we cannot provide reclaimed water to every potable water customer because the demand on irrigation with reclaim, they'll tell you that roughly it takes 4 houses to provide for one with reclaimed water.
Thank you, Steve. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, my question is,
Please introduce yourself, just we have it for the record.
my name is Doris Drager. My question is, with all these new homes being built, how many roughly? 5,000? Are you taking into consideration they're all going to be using water? Are you figuring in their cost also? Because if you're building 5,000 new homes at $100 a month for water, that's not even covering the base rate fully. That's $5,000 a month, $50,000 a month. 12 months. Come on. You got to figure them in too. You just can't ask us residents who are here now to foot this whole bill.
Okay.
When I bought my house, it needed repairs. I couldn't afford to go do everything at once. I put tile in my kitchen and in my bathrooms one time. Then I had a new roof put on. Then I had gutters put on. Then I went and bought a solar water heater, had a solar fan installed, had insulation put in the attic. Can't do it all at once. You got to budget it out. And that's the same with this. Why are we letting everything deteriorate to where it's going to be replace everything all at once? You can't do it. You got to figure it in and do it slowly. That's what needs to be done here.
Thank you. The gentleman next.
Yeah, Dave Flynn, F section. I came here just to protest the increase in rates. And what we just heard here, this 18% is on the base rate. And he's just saying that the increases are to be conservation efforts and stuff. But that 18%, as you guys had mentioned and stuff, and I appreciate what you've said, that it is on the base rate. It's going to affect everybody. But after listening to all the conversations about the development that's going on in Palm Coast, I've been here for 10 years. I love it here. All the development's going on. And just like this last lady just mentioned, if you're concerned about the availability of good water, this what appears to be out of control housing is only going to make this much, much worse. So it seems to me like that needs to be curtailed, and just like she said, it needs to be looked into. I mean, who's benefiting from all this housing? It's so expensive, the people working in Walmart can't afford it. So I don't understand what it is. So anyway, I just disagree with any kind of increases that aren't necessary, and look at everything. So
Thank you for your comment. I think the lady was next here. Then next. Yes, ma'am.
I guess mine is more.
Go ahead and just introduce yourself for us.
Lori Robinson. Clarification, because when I got the letter, it said increasing water and sewer rates, and I thought that meant everything at 6%. And then I heard, no, it's just going to be the water usage at 6%. But then I heard that it's going to be the overall usage, your base and your usage at 6%. Am I missing something there?
So, ask me your question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're asking about the notice that you received from the utility department.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep. So, if I may, City Manager or Steve, can you respond to that quickly?
Yes, so in your bill, that was a public noticing requirement to let you know that City Council would be considering an adjustment.
Right.
And I will turn it back over to Steve to give you verification on where the adjustment actually
For the
falls.
components, the water components that were addressed in your, in the Go ahead, Steve.
Yes, ma'am. In the first increase in May, the 6% increase would not apply to the base rates. They would be flat. The water and sewer base rate would remain as it is today. The volume usage would change and would increase, but by adding that lower tier that we added, the 0 to 2,000 gallon tier, it would actually decrease in that tier range. So most bills, if they're anywhere in the range of 3,000 gallons a month, 3,500 gallons a month, the bill would either decrease in May or it would remain virtually flat.
Okay, so it'll never be 6% of the overall usage.
So then in October of 2024 and October of 2025, those 6% increases would go across the board, would go into base rates and would go into the usage rates.
Okay, so a person like me, I could expect an increase of $36 or $37 a year
If you're an average user.
at that. Because I was up, can you, maybe
So
put up that, am I running out of time?
Yeah.
You had a slide up there that you told what the totals would be? It was close to the beginning, and you had the base and the usage, and you said, oh, it's only gonna be like $7 a year?
Like this slide, ma'am?
Oh, it's not being displayed on the, yeah.
Did we lose it? I'm sorry.
If I may, just while we're waiting on that too, keep in mind that the utility bill includes garbage collection. It includes other things as well. So the increase isn't to the 6% of the bottom line. It would only be to, so I just want to make that very clear too.
I did, because I did a calculation, so I did it, I took everything out. So at $55.11 a month, at 6%, that's $3.36 for me every month. That's gonna be increased at 6% of the overall, which is $36, and then it's gonna keep going. That's my point is,
I understand. Steve, can you, so you've got your slide up. Can you, the yellow box there, can you just kind of re-explain that? Thank you, ma'am, for your question. And I would, for your personal information, you're welcome to speak to them directly when we get done, just to get the details.
Yes, so this is customer B that uses 1,180 gallons a month, and from May to September, their bill would actually decrease, but from October to December, it would slightly increase. And so at the end of 2024, they would pay roughly $7 more than they would pay if no increase was adopted.
Understood. Thank you. And we'll make sure we get that lady's information so you can figure hers. Yes, sir.
James D. I guess I'm totally confused now, but just in reality, I've always paid about $90 a month for water and sewer last year until the increase went up. A lot of that was from waste. So now it went from $90 to $95. I'm paying $125. And you're talking 6%, 6%, and 6%, plus what we had last year. It's like 24% increase going into next year and the next 2 years. It seems like everybody's jumping on the inflation train. You go to a restaurant to eat, charge you 3% with your credit card. I went to a show last week. It was a $10 admission. Well, it's $11. You want to use your card. Well, it should only be $10.30 if you're adding 3% on. The thing is now, okay, the cost of chlorine is up. The thing is, when inflation comes down, hopefully in the general elections, the economy will come back down. We'll settle a little bit. But the thing is, when inflation comes down, prices. A lot of prices do not come down. They just stay the same, and we still get less or lesser and less even. So is chlorine going to come down if the economy gets better? And how's that going to affect these prices? It's just these increases. We're just, I got a 3% increase in my pension, a 5% increase in Social Security, and that's got eaten up by Medicare, and other expenses. So you're right. Everything doesn't keep pace. You get a little bit, and it takes a lot. It's one step forward, two steps backwards at everything. So I don't know what this plan is really going to do with us, but if you oppose it, like it seems like you're going to be, and we can hold off. And, you know, if we stop building houses, we won't have as much water use as we can conserve, and we won't have as much use for water and not have to pay all this.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. Kirk McFarlane. As you folks may recall, I was here in October of last year at one of your workshops to address the issue of skyrocketing utility bills. 4 months later, here we are again discussing prospective increases. Per a Flagler Live article dated February 14th of 2024, the city staff is suggesting a 21.5% increase, which was discussed earlier. Councilman Danko, as he's apt to do, inserted politics into the issue and blamed Joe Biden for the mess we find ourselves in. He stated that we should hold off on the increase, tighten our belts for the next year, at which time Donald Trump will be president. The price of fuel would fall dramatically, and so would everything else, at which point we would be in a better place. With all due respect, Mr. Danko.
Please, sir, address to me.
Pardon me?
Address your comments to me, please.
Okay. With all due respect, that is one of the most short-sighted, asinine statements I've ever heard. Since the election is several months away, how do you know that Donald Trump will win? And should I then assume that the election will be rigged in Donald Trump's favor? I might remind you that when Donald Trump was president, he promised that things would be so good that we would have infrastructure week. Sadly, we neither had infrastructure week, month, or year. We did, however, have tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires. I don't fall into any of those categories. And I certainly don't suppose that most of the folks here today fall into that category. So I don't think we benefited from the tax cuts. Currently, we can thank the Biden-Harris administration for an infrastructure bill. Now, I'm not naive to believe that we don't need to maintain and make improvements to our infrastructure. I just don't want to be here in another 4 months to talk about another rate increase because some consultant firm made a mistake regarding the percentage of increase necessary to maintain our infrastructure. Finally, speaking for myself, I'm in favor of the tiered system where homeowners who use 0 to 200 gallons per month would see a decrease in their utility bills. Homeowners who conserve should not be penalized because of homeowners who are wasteful. Thank you,
sir. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Council. Dennis McDonald. If we could get back to money, that would be great. The reason we're all here is, bottom line, enterprise fund. We don't have any money, or don't have enough to do what we need to do. So I'm kind of confused by some of the questions that Councilman Clufus asked about the enterprise fund. Now, a couple of years ago, you did a recast that was forced on the enterprise fund on the bond, okay? He was here. My question is, didn't he read what you all signed off on and voted for? Okay, I mean, I'm confused by that. I mean, we're bringing up things about, you know, how the tax rate has stayed the same in Palm Coast. It should have. Look at the money that's coming in from the new building that's going on. Of course it should have stayed. It should have dropped. But getting back to the enterprise fund, the bottom line here is what I'd like to ask is this. Could you, Mayor, get us and provide for the council members a list soon, okay, of all the loans that were made out of the enterprise fund, our enterprise fund, okay, and whether or not they've been repaid and when they were repaid. We'd like to know about the loans. We'd like to know how much money was lent out of the enterprise fund. Now, knowing a little bit about enterprise funds, you know, loans are supposed to be paid essentially, from everything that I've read and everything I've ever been involved in 2 years. It's a short-term loan, okay? So I know we've made some loans in the past. I'd like to know where they stand, okay? I know for a fact that one of those loans in particular is not repaid. It's called the Old Kings Road Special Assessment District, where we gave money out, many millions of dollars, and we lost money doing it. Okay, we lost a lot of money. There's a computation that involves time and money and shows you how much things are going to be worth and whatever period you're going to get it back in. Okay, we lost a lot of money on that one. Okay, and I know for a fact that that one hasn't been repaid, but I think everybody in the city needs to know what has been going on with the enterprise fund for 20 years now, starting back with Mr. Landon. Okay, so if you could get that to us and get it to all the council members and get it, okay, we'd really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, please. Yes, ma'am.
Darlene Shelley, Hidden Lakes, Palm Coast. I was hoping before you start my timer, if I could get an explanation on what the Maintenance Operations Center is that Ms. Pontieri referenced. What does that refer to? MOC, I think you called it? Oh, I guess you're not going to answer me at this point.
Well, go ahead. I'll give, it's an acronym. City Manager, can you just explain the acronym, please?
Yes. So let me go beyond the acronym. So it's a consolidated campus of numerous departments, starting with the first phase, which is for fleet. That is our deficit that we're in most need from a public works perspective. The consolidated departments would include public works, stormwater and engineering, and also utility. And that campus is in the long-term planning that has been a long-standing strategic action plan priority for City Council. I hope that helps answer your question.
So it's not specifically utility related?
Correct.
Okay.
It will include utilities.
So my concern is, after sitting in on a lot of the hearings for rezonings and special exceptions and land swaps that have occurred in my neighborhood on Old Kings Road, I remember hearing about the developers getting city-approved impact fee credits to offset their costs of hooking up on Old Kings Road. And that seems a little problematic to me when we're talking about having such a shortfall in funds, you know, to even address the crumbling roads that I travel to get here to the meetings. You know, the potholes on Town Center are so deep that my motorcycle would get stuck and I would fly over the handlebars if I hit some of them. So when we're talking about lack of funding and running out of money by the year 2025, I have to ask why we would hear any of the terms of an impact fee credit to developers, especially when you consider all of the demands on the infrastructure that they're going to be bringing. And, you know, to think that perhaps the city is giving them a waiver or a credit on their impact fees seems like not a very smart thing to do, if I understand it correctly. I would like to know what exactly are the capital projects that are driving the needs to raise the rates to the citizens of Palm Coast. Is it westward expansion? Is that what we're talking about here? Growth for Palm Coast that doesn't bring any benefit to the current citizens of Palm Coast. Smart growth is growth that we can afford, not growth that puts an undue burden on the wallets of the current residents of Palm Coast and will negatively affect our quality of life, our health, our safety, and our welfare. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please. Oh, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Dolores Robles.
Here,
I live
pull-
in
yeah, there we go.
the U
Thank you.
section.
I know you didn't want me to speak before, even though I had like almost 2 minutes. My concern is, I have a friend that's been looking for a house in Palm Coast. So when I went into the real estate website, and you guys are probably gonna look at me like, what? I've seen a lot of repossessed homes, bank-owned homes, short sale homes, and I'm talking in the hundreds. In the hundreds, and we're still gonna build, and we don't have an infrastructure for the new homes, right? But yet, we don't even have them for the old homes, and all these homes are sitting there empty, all right? So what is happening with that money that they wanna raise on us with all these empty homes that are sitting there that won't be paying this bill? That's my concern, is one of them. The other one is, I never heard anything about the children. I know the gentleman that was sitting here was talking about his grandson. I have not heard anything or seen anything that this town is building all these water slides, pickleball, all this crazy stuff we do need, but don't we need to think about the children that are coming into town? Because this town isn't gonna be us senior citizens only. We have children that are coming into this town that need pediatric care. And the reason I bring this up is because last Monday I was in the ER, and I saw children coming in there, and there's no help for them. And yet I don't see anything here in progress from any of you, anyone else. Am I missing something? Is there a committee out there looking out for these children, for their welfare? Because, yeah, this is good for us, but what about the health of these children for their welfare? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. All right, go ahead.
Jeremy Davis, P section. So I moved up from Ormond Beach, and my water bill was never this high. And down in Ormond, I can drink the water. I can't even drink it here. At my shop, when it comes out, it smells like crap. I can't even use the water to tint windows just because of the smell. And the particles that come out, I have to filter it twice before I can even use it. And that's at my shop. And I'm just one person, and I'm not there every day. And I use evidently 4,800 gallons a month somehow. Yeah, and then back to my house, I pay $145 average a month there. So I'm spending about $200 a month just on water that I barely use, that I can't even drink. Again, make it make sense, and I'll keep coming up here. Love you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, afternoon. Anna Maria Long, Executive Officer, Flagler Home Builders Association. So I was prepared to come here today to offer our support of the impact fee increase, but unfortunately, the public records request that I sent 2.5 weeks ago for the actual study it was responded to, but I didn't actually get the study. Typically, they said they didn't have it. So typically when an impact fee study is done, this has been the case with every municipality around, like Flagler Beach, Flagler Schools, even Palm Coast in the past. I've been able to review the study so that I could verify it, because sometimes inaccuracies happen and different things where we find that there's alternative solutions. In this case, I wasn't able to review it. The only thing I was able to see were these same staff provided slides. So until I can see that, I cannot just blindly offer our support, but at the same time, it's not often that we are saying, hey, yes, we support an impact fee, as we know. In this case, we want to, of course, make sure that we're paying our fair share, especially in terms of the water. And, excuse me, in terms of the water and making sure that that we're paying that part of it. So, knowing that the wastewater treatment plant has capacity issues coming up, hopefully we do get that study and we're able to review it and make that offer of support. For council's benefit, single-family residential building in Palm Coast has reduced annually since 2021. I think you're all aware of what impact fees can and cannot be used for. It can be used for new capacity, but not repair or maintenance. And then on a personal note, as far as the fee increases go, I am glad to hear about the tiered thing for older people, but unfortunately for a person like myself with 3 kids and the dishes and laundry that come along with them in the baths, that just places the burden on families like myself. And with grocery bills and daycare bills and after school activities, we are not okay, speaking for my friends and I. So just think about where the burden just flips to. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Excuse me, did you say you did a request and it hasn't been fulfilled?
Correct.
And how long ago was that request?
At least 2 weeks ago now.
Do we know anything of this city manager or our clerk?
Could I ask, did you put that into the city clerk or through?
I did.
Okay.
Through a public records request. I know you were looking for it, and I don't know if I'm not trying to place blame on you, especially not publicly. I know she answered and was attempting to look for it. I don't know if it was not made available to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. Nicholas Matson. I live in the L section. I just moved here 2 months ago. I closed on my home on December 14th. I'll admit that I'm less researched and less put together than most of the people that have come up to speak here. However, similarly to a previous gentleman that recently came up, he had just moved up from Ormond. I had just moved up from Port Orange. I still am on a lease in Port Orange as well as on the mortgage on my own home here in Palm Coast. And I've brought my water bill, my most recent water bill from Port Orange, where at that time 4 people were living in the home, 4 adults, 4 showers, a lot of laundry every week. We used 5,000 gallons. That was the most we had ever used. The total bill was $85.13. Just me and my partner live in Palm Coast in our single-family home right now. And our base rates with no water usage is $103.42. With the water usage and sewer usage, it is $130.95. This is my most recent water bill as of February 2nd. I don't think that I have any questions. I just wanted to make people aware, especially on paper. I don't know if you even want to see this, but that's my concern. Like I said, think of the people that live here. There's so many studies about raising rates. Where are the studies about decreasing rates and taking care of the people of the city? I would like to see very much, because there must be some way to decrease rates in our society. It's all about inflation and increasing rates. Nobody's ever thought of having a study to decrease rates. So that's what I ask of the council members before me and you, Mr. Mayor, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. If you'd like to leave that with the clerk, you can.
Sure.
Very good. Yes, sir.
So I'm James Lee. Again, I live in the P section. I think we can fairly assume that there's been some mismanagement in the water department and in the handling of wastewater and sewage in Palm Coast. I mentioned earlier in the public comment section about raw sewage coming out of the grates in the P section. And I'll again ask each of you, Mr. Mayor, and your colleagues to go to the intersection of Whiteview and Pritchard on any day and just take a whiff, but especially on a day when it's raining and the city is spending thousands of dollars to have wastewater pulled out of the sewage, paying the honey dippers to come and take it and dump it God knows where. It makes you wonder when we have reports that I've heard today that impact fees are being refunded or are not being charged to developers. And it makes me wonder where the PAC money that got some of you elected came from. Was it the developers? And are they being paid back by not having to pay impact fees? I would say a way that we could take care of this is immediately put a moratorium on building, stop it all. If they haven't laid a foundation, stop it. Reverse or change the impact fees, raise it by 400%. If it is a private person who is building a home for themselves, keep it as it is. If it is a spec home that's being built by a real estate developer, raise it by 400%. Make it cost them to do business here, because it's costing us. And then I would like to see, and I'd like to call as a citizen, I don't know if I can, but I'd like to call as a citizen for a full forensic audit on the city of Palm Coast, on the water department, on the utility department, on city council, and on each of your elections, and make it public knowledge so that we can know as the voters and the citizens who keep having to drive through raw sewage, and our children have to play in raw sewage, to know where the money that's coming from that's getting you guys elected and how it's being squandered, because we have got thousands upon thousands of new homes going up, and the sewage isn't going anywhere. And as other people have said, the water isn't fit to drink. I run it through filtration systems that I know make it safe to drink, but coming out of the tap, it stinks, it's yellow or brown. And I lived in Africa, and the water we had in Zambia and Zimbabwe was better than the water we have in Palm Coast. We're not doing a good job. We need to do better.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Hi there. My name is Jeff Hobson, and I don't know if I'm a friend or a foe because I bought one of those new houses. And my only question is, how does the CDD impact this that I'm paying in addition to my taxes? I understand that sewers, the builders took out a bond to pay for the utilities, and then the utilities were turned over to Palm Coast. To me, it seems like I'm double dipping because I'm already paid for the brand new sewers, and that then we're looking at these other fees. I just try to, curious in my mind, understand how CDDs impact this. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Next speaker, please.
Gary Kunis, C-section. The first two items on the water bill has slowly been reworded over the years, but represent rent on the water meter and the irrigation meter. Okay, the homeowner has been paying those years 1,000% times over and over. Where's that money going? What's it being used for? The last two mayors added on to the water bill the cost of dredging the freshwater canals. Well, if I'm not mistaken, they haven't been dredged in the last 2 years. Where is that money going, and is this percentage being added to that? He added the cost in there for the dredging. Is that part of the 6%, 8% increase for that? If it is, it should be removed. The other part of it, we have all these master degree people supposedly in the city. Why aren't our studies being done in-house? Why are we spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to have it put out to other people to do? We should be able to do that. Unless those master's degrees are in home ec or political science, they should be able to do that in-house and save us hundreds of thousands of dollars. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Is there another speaker? Yes, sir.
Peter Johnson, Palm Coast. Very often I at a loss of words, but I got to be honest, I'm a little bit confused because in a position of leadership, Mayor, sometimes having the uncomfortable conversations are what needs to happen. And the way that I see it is, quite frankly, we're in a little bit of a bind. We have to have a tax increase, and trust me, I don't say that lightly. As someone who preaches fiscal responsibility and no new taxes, I think it's important that we try to alleviate the burden. However, it's inevitable. With all this growth that has occurred, you have placed the burden of taxes on our infrastructure, on our wastewater facility treatments, on all of our regular water, on our potable water, on everything, on the existing homeowners that were here. Because since you've been elected, we have heard the new developments, the new CDDs, they're going to cover the cost. They're going to offset the balance for the residents. Here we are. You're asking us for money. You're not asking the developers for money. So I don't understand how you can come back with a straight face and ask the residents for an increase without having had masked out the impact fees. And I understand that there's a set schedule and that they can only be adjusted every once in a while. But the impact fees should be maxed out at the developer level. Because up until recently, and I say recent in the past 5-7 years, we haven't had these issues. Our budget has been fairly balanced. We didn't have all these shortfalls. It's only been recently with the exponential development that these have come forward. And quite frankly, I sit here and say like we shouldn't do this, but what are we gonna do? I'm 30 years old. Not for nothing, and I don't mean this in disrespect, a lot of the people behind me are probably gonna be dead in 10 years. But you're putting it on the people who are the future of this city to now incur the cost. Because in 10 years, when you readjust this and we're behind again, you're going to be coming back to me asking for more money when I still have a house here and these people are long gone. It's a harsh reality, but you're putting the blame and the burden on the residents, and it is not right. It is not right at all, sir.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please. Yes, ma'am.
Mayor Affin, I'm Rose Chimicero. I've lived here for 42 years. And I can say, bleed, bleed, bleed. That's all I see from the city of Palm Coast, money bleeding out. And nobody will give us dollars amount of what you're spending in all these other directions. It's just these departments, for one. Number two, sewer belongs to our water bill. Now, Daytona Beach, Florida, had a situation in flooding, and they tried hard to fix it, but was not able to. So they got a grant and had the military engineering department give their recommendations and fix the problem. Why isn't the city of Palm Coast asking for a grant to sit there and do the same thing for the things that have been happening for numerous years? 31 years I've lived in the house that I've built in, and nothing has ever been done on my street at all. And I want to know when you guys are going to step up and do what's right by this community and these people.
Thank you. Is there another speaker? Yes, sir.
Chris Pozo, C-section. Hi. It's clearly to me that, water is the basic necessity. I mean, we have to prioritize everything, but water we can't do without. So, there's money coming in from long angles. So we can't do without water. However, we could do without a lot of other things, a lot of recreational, a lot of amenities, a lot of stuff. And if we have to, bite the bullet and subsidize our main need of water, then that's what we have to do. Pickleball is great. Parks are great. Everything, a new rec building is great. However, only a segment of the population is going to use that. Water, we all need it. So let's cut the budget elsewhere and help the water that we need, because we all need it. But then it also seems to me that the water department has been doing, not a great job. This is the most I've ever in my life paid for water living in different states, different cities. And this, to me, is shocking. I'm like, how could this cost this much? So clearly, it has to be revamped from the bottom up. You study all these needs. How about studying how the water department is being run, how it's being managed, how we can conserve? And the other thing is, we do Heart Association Month. Terrific. Cancer, I'm a cancer survivor. We could do a month for that. How about conservation? A huge campaign. I mean, if you put money for all these other campaigns, how about a campaign for conservation? If we conserve, then, everything's going to shrink. So why don't we use the money wisely? It just seems to me we have to use our money wisely, and the city council and mayor, it is your job to step up and do this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Michael from the W section. Just like the gentleman from Ormond said, I had my second house in Fruitland Park. We have waste management. They supply me with 2 garbage cans. They come with the truck. The big claw comes out, empties them out. My water bill is $46 a month, and it's drinkable. I don't understand how I've been here now over 23 years, and what I've seen, I've had called out the EPA before, and how you did the drainage pipe or the flush out pipe. The EPA made the city put in a shut-off valve at each end because I'm in the middle of a big horseshoe. So when the city did the flush, all the garbage and sludge would come into the middle because there was no shut-offs. And I don't know if the city only did it on my street, but that did clear up where literally you fill up the bathtub and I had sludge at the bottom of my tub. You know, so let the water sit overnight and watch the sludge that appears on your, in your bathtub. So I don't know if the rest of the city has that problem, but, I'm glad it was fixed for me because I did call out the EPA. I have all the paperwork on it. And again, with the water bill, I don't see if there's another, instead of using chloramines, is there another avenue we can do if chlorine is so expensive, why don't we look into something different than chloramines? Chloramines is like really one of the most unhealthiest ways to filter water. It causes pitting and copper pipings. It causes asthma. There's just so many cancer. Look it up. There's big organizations all over, different counties, different cities. What is it? Organization, Citizens Against Chloramines. If chlorine is so expensive, let's look into a different alternative that's less expensive. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comment. If there are no other speakers, I will, yes, ma'am.
I guess it's good afternoon. Good afternoon. Marilyn Mack, the F section. I just wanted to point it out that in the Observer this year, the article dated on Thursday, February 1st, 2024, the information that was provided from the city as far as the numbers, they state that our base rate for our multi-utility bill was $71.08. That's incorrect, which is usually normal for here. Just an oversight of the city and the staff. You never date anything anywhere. Anything online doesn't even have a date on it. It's 2024. Filling out this little comment card does absolutely nothing. You guys should have a laptop there where people enter it in. That would actually be more efficient. I don't mind at all providing my knowledge that I have and my experience to help the city, because apparently y'all need a lot of help. The water bill base rate when I moved here 10 years ago was $88 or $89 a month, not 71. And you're saying it's 71 now in 2024. That's incorrect. So I don't know who doesn't know how to do math here, but there's a lot of people that don't know how to do math. That's another problem. Another issue that I wanted to bring up, like when I talked here last time, I said that I didn't see how this city was running properly, actually functioning. You know what? It kind of goes back to procurement, which is where I have my experience. Y'all did an RFP for the educational study for the forensic audit. You're telling me all the high-paid staff here, you, the mayor, the city manager that makes a phenomenal amount of money for a year salary, your accounting department, your attorney, any of those people, they don't know what a forensic audit is? Y'all work for a local municipality and you don't know what a forensic audit is. So you had to go do a study on it, so now it's going to be a two-step process. So I see that a lot, that it's a lot of two-step process. And then the other thing with the resident committee that you all want to do for the flooding issues, that's just another stall, because you all will put on there the people that you want on the committee. And it just avoids the obvious of what's going to happen with that whole scenario. Back on procurement. Procurement provides all your services for your city. So guess what? In doing a review of the staff here, they mainly have a background in accounting in the private sector, not the public sector, not the government. So if you have people that can't write a contract correctly, like for instance, let's talk about Holland Park, the splash pad. This is the third go-around on this. Where was the warranty, the base warranty in the contract? That's a standard contract clause. So I see a failure all the way through that, and your procurement office is who provides all your services for this whole city.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other speakers that want to make comment at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment, and I'll come back to the dais.
I made my position clear last week, and my position has not changed one bit. I understand you guys do your projections, your presumptions, based on what you know at the time and everything else, but last time, those presumptions were wrong. I've already admitted that, and I think they're wrong going forward to the future. I think we need to wait until the administration in Washington is gone, and good riddance to Bidenomics, and see what happens to our economy. So I'm not in favor of some 3-year, 4-year, 5-year plan at this time. I think we need to just hold off, tighten our belts a little bit, and wait and see what happens with this economy next year. One thing that really concerns me is putting an increase on this water bill. This will go out not just to our residents, but this goes out to our businesses. And what do you think they're going to do? They're going to pass those increases along to you. They have to. And we've already seen the cost of everything go up, whether you go into a restaurant or you go shopping for clothes, whatever it is. I think this just creates a deadly spiral that we're not going to get out of. So I will not be voting for this increase at this time. That's all I have to say. Councilwoman?
So again, I want to thank staff and thank you for all the residents coming out and voicing your opinions on this. You know, I want to give our consultant and staff a break a little bit on the projections because that's how we budget. We have to use projections. We have to use historical data. We have to use trends. That's what economics is. So, you know, I won't get on to you about that at all. I do have concerns, though, based on some things that we just don't know right now, including appropriations, including, you know, if growth does in fact slow down. These are things that I have hesitancy raising the utility rate because if we raise it, you know, we had this discussion, what really comes back down? Things don't go back down, right? Once they're up, they're up. And so without knowing, you know, what our real financial future looks like, I am hesitant. What I'm not hesitant on is accepting the proposed impact or capacity fees. I am going to make a motion that this council go ahead and accept the proposed capacity and impact fees as suggested by staff because I refuse to let our current residents pay for and subsidize growth. We know for a fact that growth has caused a lot of the costs of capacity, maintenance, et cetera, to go up. So for me, that's a no-brainer. And I hope that we can get that passed today. Here's what I will say. I do think, and I would like to explore further. I don't want to take off the table as much as I don't want to raise fees. I cannot honestly say that we can just take off the table raising the utility rates because it seems like we're on a path to failure if we do that. And, you know, in an idealistic world, we'd never raise things. We wouldn't. But we don't live in an idealistic world. We live in a world where we up here are elected to make tough decisions. I'm not a fan of an increase on the base rate. I would like to explore what it would look like to raise on usage only. And based on what we get this coming year from appropriations, I know there's a couple large water projects. There's also the Maintenance Operations Center that we're hoping to get money for. And if growth does slow, it could change what we are projected to spend. So my motion is to not raise anything on the base rate at this time, to go ahead and accept the proposed raise to the impact fees, and for staff to come back to us and let us know what we can anticipate if we do the proposed raises on usage only.
Can you quantify the amount of the impact fee increase, just for the motion?
Yes, of course. So that would be, sorry, I have to find it. It looks like it is the 8.93% for water for fiscal year 24, 25, 26, and 27. And then the raised rate of 12.49% in wastewater for fiscal year 24 and 25.
Okay, so that's your motion.
Yes.
So there is a motion on the dais now. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Councilman Clufus has seconded the motion. Comment by City Council.
Questions, though. Yep. So for staff, this question's for staff. If we were to close the gates, we blow the bridge up, nobody else is allowed in Palm Coast, what kind of increases are we still looking at? Right? We don't let anybody else in. This infrastructure is not going to continue to maintain itself, right? Forget any other future person coming in here. Our facilities, our infrastructure, built 50 to 60 years ago, are starting to come to end of life, and that's the sad reality. And everyone sees it all over town. You see repairs. I've been driving just even in the R section, you see repairs going on. It's just the way of life. Whether there were 1,000 new homes on that road or none, these infrastructure still underneath these roads is going to be a problem, right? So can you elaborate a bit on, if we were to shut everything down, what type of costs we would still have to be incurring? Because I want to be able to separate costs of our infrastructure as they exist today and the maintenance of that infrastructure versus what the prospective impact of the future people would have on our existing infrastructure. Because if we all just stayed here and we didn't let anybody else in, that infrastructure is still going to be a problem, correct?
Yeah, that's a fair statement. We could run the model and see what the impacts would be if there was absolutely zero growth. I will say that, there's a cost for growth, but it also offsets, to a degree, the rate revenues paid by existing ratepayers today, because you're spreading the costs of providing the service over more units. So there is a benefit from that perspective. But I would also say that the annual cost of operating the facilities for the system, we have projected to be outpacing that of the historical CPI. So if we continued with 3 to 4% type increases,
it still wouldn't keep up.
It still wouldn't keep up in the long term with the rising cost of operations. Where that point is, I don't know.
Sure.
Without modeling it out, but.
No, and I just wanted to conceptually make sure that we were all on the same page, that if things were shut down today, that the run rate of our operations is still exceeding our current, our revenues. So I'm with Councilwoman Pontieri. I think, specifically because it's such a minimal increase, especially this first year, it does buy us a little bit of time to be able to see what the impact is as far as the bottom line and everything. But the way I see it, we need to support our system. The worst thing that could ever possibly happen is that we have a compromise of our water quality. And I know there are some people who came up today and were complaining about water quality, clarity, things like this. But if we had a real water main break and we were unable to actually maintain our systems, that's a catastrophic failure. And I would never be able to say we did the right thing if we had literal professionals here telling us that we are approaching an area that is extremely dangerous for a catastrophe to happen. My rule in life is always to stay 2 steps away from catastrophe. And with them telling us about this, I can't feel, in a responsible manner that if we weren't to do this, that we would be taking that advice. So I appreciate the community's input. I agree. I don't want to have to pay any additional money in my water bill, but here we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Hyder, did you have any discussion points?
Just like a little bit more clarification on that. I don't totally understand.
On the motion? Okay. Would you mind repeating the motion again for me?
Sure.
Thank
So my motion is to accept the proposed.
I'm sorry, before you, if I may just interject here. let me give you my discussion. I'll tag team with you. It was my hope that based on the questions that we have posed and some of the unknowns that we will know in the relatively short timeline, that the motion might also include a review before we increased at this moment, because there are some fairly significant unknowns which are will be better known on the short-term horizon. So I had hoped that the motion might say that we would look at this with the additional information, which I know I've posed to you this morning. I think you've posed and asked some additional information as well. But the motion is yours to make, so please. So I don't want to.
So, Mayor, what further information? I mean, I'm happy
You
to
had mentioned the
make it all
appropriations.
inclusive.
You had mentioned the appropriations as an example. There were some questions about the assumptions within the study itself, and I think there were several other questions as well. And I've not received as clear a response, and I don't think there is as clear a response available, that if we were to vote to make that increase today, that it makes any difference between now and year end in terms of the overall plan and the quality or the safety of our water infrastructure.
So I can appreciate that. I guess, Mayor, I mean, we're still looking for more information. We're looking for alternatives. We're looking for different options.
I'm sorry, the one big one, I'm sorry, I forgot. We did ask finance to go back and school us on what the effect on our lending would be if we were to, fall close to or just below on a one-time planned basis our debt service coverage. And I don't think anybody can answer that question right today, and I think that's vitally important to our future borrowing and investment, because I had started my conversation today was there is no question that we have to provide the best quality water service to every resident of the city of Palm Coast. That just is not debatable here on the dais.
Yeah, no, I think that, I mean, I've seen both of the gentlemen here at the table taking notes, and I'm sure Alina has been taking notes as well. My motion is mostly just to go ahead and accept the proposed impact and capacity fees as mentioned earlier, to not take off the table a rate increase possibly on usage only based on some of the information that we've asked for, to postpone that for right now, but to go ahead and move forward with the impact fees. So that's the motion. But I'm not limiting it to what staff can bring back to us informationally. I think the more information, the better.
And Councilwoman Hyder, is that clear, the motion now, or do you have a question? I want everybody to be clear on the motion.
I think it's pretty much clear. Thank you.
Okay.
So it's not completely clear to me.
Okay.
So you're not talking about any increase on our residents?
Correct.
You're
Just the
talking
impact
about
fees.
an impact fee, and my
Yes.
understanding is Anna Maria from the Home Builders Association was here to actually support an impact fee increase, but she didn't get the information she needed. Can we postpone this to the next meeting when we do the whole thing?
Well, we have,
or
wait,
not?
I'm sorry, we do have a motion, and I didn't ask, I apologize. Is your second still holding? So we have a motion and a second.
Right.
So
But
we've had, you can ask that, we've had discussion, so I think I would.
Still having discussion. So my question is, should we wait for them to come back, for
Well,
finance to come back?
I have a motion and a second, so no, we're going to call the vote. But you can bring up your question in a minute.
I'm asking Councilwoman Pontieri, would it make sense to wait for all this stuff to come back to us?
So respectfully, and I appreciate Emery being here and supporting possibly.
Yeah, which I was
the
surprised to
impact
see.
fee.
I'm pleased to see that.
Well, I mean,
Yes.
she does this every day. She knows what the cost of growth. She's a very
Sure,
smart woman.
sure.
So I'm not willing to postpone it. And the reason is we have to impose the increase by a certain time in order for it to take effect. And we know, even though perhaps development is going down or decreasing, we need the impact fee to go ahead and take place.
How much are those impact fees? I just want to make sure I fully
It's
understand.
8.93% for water for fiscal year 24, 25, 26, and 27. and it's 12.49% for wastewater for fiscal year 24 and 25. Notably, that is less than what originally was projected. So we're not, really taking the builders to the cleaners here. We are being reasonable.
And how much of an increase is that for the builders? Is that, it's not an 8-point-something%, it's smaller than that, right, from what they were paying? And I just don't have the numbers in front of me.
Could you repeat that, Vice Mayor? Repeat that, I couldn't hear really.
Oh, I just want to know what the increase actually is, not what the difference is. What are they paying now? What are
Oh,
what are
that
they
was
paying?
on a
That's-
different slide.
Yeah, I didn't have it in front of me, so.
So total, year one, so currently they're paying $3,994.51 for water. That next year will go up to $43.51. I mean, it's in the packet. It's a tiered system here. You can look at mine.
Thank you. I just want to.
Councilwoman, I was just speaking to Councilor for a minute. So we have a ordinance of the first read being presented to us today. Technically, we're to be voting on that ordinance, which, as it was described and as it was presented, your motion is not does not directly mirror that ordinance. So there's a workaround here, and I'm going to ask council to help us because we've already advertised the second read. So we have to do this correctly. So Councilor, can you help us through this? I'm not looking to change anything, but we need to do the steps correctly.
Yeah, it's just really a scheduling question, an advertising question. Your direction is clear, but as the mayor indicated, the ordinance is being presented for first reading, and the ordinance has also been advertised for second reading as well. There's been numerous advertisements, including being placed in the utility bill. So the question is whether or not the council wants to take formal action on parts of this ordinance, or whether procedurally you want to postpone to a date certain first reading and have the information, Councilwoman, that you've requested regarding the water usage rate be brought back. And then so the council can take action on first reading at a subsequent meeting. But I also need to advise you that the second reading has also been advertised, and in order to preserve all this advertisement at the appropriate time, if you defer first reading, we're going to have to postpone to a date certain second reading on the scheduled hearing date. So there's just a procedural issue there. It's up to the council how you want to.
Well, I mean, my opinion on it is that we would simply we would accept the ordinance as is, but only with the capacity, only with section 2 of the ordinance, which is the capacity fees, rates, and other charges. And then if we have to renotice it for 2 or 3 weeks, then that's what we renotice while we wait on staff to come back to us with the other items.
So then, if that is the direction of the council, then procedurally, it would be to adopt the ordinance approving the recommended capacity charges. All of the other rate adjustments would have to, and unrelated text would have to be removed from the ordinance before second and final reading, which has already been advertised. And then with respect to the usage rates, that would have to be discussed by council at a later date. There would be no advertisement to preserve. It would just go by the wayside in terms of consideration, final consideration of the usage rates, if you pass the ordinance first reading with only the impact fees.
Yeah, so I think what I'm hearing is basically at like the next workshop, they would have to come back to us with the information we've requested, and then we would notice that if we wanted to move forward in a certain direction for a future business
The usage rates,
right.
on the usage
Yeah.
rates, yes.
Okay.
But then we would, if you approve the ordinance first reading regarding the impact fees, we would clean up the ordinance to address only the impact fees between first and second reading, and then at the scheduled hearing that's already been advertised, you will consider an impact fee ordinance only, and then you all can do what you want to do on the usage rates at a workshop.
That doesn't require any change in the motion that's on the floor?
To make it clean,
Yeah.
I
can
One more time, okay, sorry.
I would recommend a motion to
Yeah.
adopt the ordinance only on first reading, only with respect to the impact fees, all other
Okay.
provisions to be removed prior to second reading, And then the second aspect of your motion is to have staff come back with the water use.
Councilwoman, is that motion acceptable to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Withdraw my second from the
Yeah,
first
withdraw
motion.
from the original, and do you second the current motion?
Yep, and is there any way we can tie an additional like rate study in 2 years or something like that? Because the decisions that we're gonna be making here are gonna cataclysmically impact the future councils.
I think city council could adopt that at any future business meeting to put that into play.
Okay.
I don't want to complicate this any more than, and I agree,
Yeah,
totally agree.
I just want to make sure that we're responsible for the decisions that we're making today in the future. 'Cause
So with
at
that,
one point-
I'm going to ask the
that.
clerk to call the roll.
Vice Mayor Danko?
Not the roll, I'm sorry, call the vote.
Vice Mayor Danko?
Yes.
Councilmember Hyder?
Yes.
Councilmember Clufus?
Aye.
Councilmember Pontieri?
Yes.
Mayor Alfin?
No.
The motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. Now we move on to the next item on the agenda, which is section I, which is resolutions. So item number 7, Counselor, if you would read that in for us, please.
Gentlemen, for your patience. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Mark. Thank you.
Okay, item 7 is a resolution, Residential Drainage Citizen Advisory Committee, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, establishing a Residential Drainage Citizen Advisory Committee, providing for qualifications for membership of the committee, establishing responsibilities and reporting requirements, providing for legal and staff assistance to the committee, providing authorization to execute, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for implementing actions, and providing an effective date. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Counselor. All right, when you're ready.
Okay, gotta get it over.
Actually, hold for just a second while the people are clearing the room.
I'm not seeing it up here.
All right, we're good.
Okay, I'm trying to find my file, sorry. Wasn't open here.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, it's kind of hard to hear with the chatter going on in the audience.
Okay. Everybody, please. All right, go ahead. Speak up a little bit for us, too.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Lynn Stevens, Deputy Director of Stormwater and Engineering. We're here to provide you the information.
All right, I'm sorry, hold for a second. Excuse me, please, with the audience, please, if you have a conversation, if you could sidebar outside so that we can continue on, I appreciate it. Thank you. Go ahead.
We're here to provide you information on the ad hoc committee for the Residential Drainage Citizens Advisory Committee. So upon council's direction, we came up with the goals. We did revise the goals at council's request, and that is to review the information from the technical experts. The committee will also address drainage issues related to existing ATT lots, research potential resolutions to the identified issues, identify potential flooding sources for resolutions identified, and provide written and oral reports to the citizens, city council of the findings. And we did add, members are free to visit the sites and interview residents if requested, and they must document those visits.
Yeah, can you just go to that last point again? I'm troubled by that.
Yes, sir. So it was.
I'm assuming with the permission of the residents and the properties?
That's correct.
Because it doesn't say that.
It says if the residents are requesting the committee members to come, so then they would have the permission of the residents to visit the site. We'll also provide them our site
Sorry, so
visit
if
information.
requested by the resident, okay.
Yes,
got
sir.
it.
Or I assume if the committee makes arrangements with the residents, and the
Correct.
residents say, fine, yes, please
Correct.
come look, okay. I don't want to hand-tie the committee, I understand the mayor's concerned about the language, but I think we all understand it, right?
Yes, sir. So again, the applications will be open to all residents. Financial interest form and background checks will be required as they are on the other committees. The council requested that we have a minimum of 5 members with a maximum of 9 with 2 alternates on the committee. Those members will be appointed by City Council. Once we receive the applications, we'll provide them to council. You'll be able to vote on each of the committee members.
They will be given a 4-year term with a 2-term maximum, as discussed at the dais. The members will include, but not limited to, various residents that may or may not be affected, as well as current or past professionals of construction, those that have expertise in stormwater conveyance systems. 1 staff member will be appointed by the city manager and will be approved by city council. And that is what we heard from the council. Meetings will be held at least monthly. Once the committee is formed, they'll decide how often to meet, but it'll be at least monthly. They'll be conducted utilizing Robert's Rules of Order. They will receive training on their first meeting on sunshine laws, conflict of interest, and other criteria required by our boards. The structure will be they'll need to elect a chair and a vice chair at the first meeting, and then they will annually elect a chair and a vice chair. There will be some attendance requirements that'll be reviewed with them as well. And the resolution provides for when a committee member can no longer serve on the committee, how to go about filling that position. There's a requirement to provide routine reports to the city council as well as the public. And attendance by the city clerk's office, city manager, or city attorney as needed. At the recommendation of council, we did put a sunset date in there of February 20th, 2026. The council may extend that date by simple majority vote. And that is what we heard from the council, and those are the highlights of the resolution before you.
Thank you. I'm going to pass the gavel to the vice chair just for a minute. I have to step out for just a second, so.
All right, fine. Great, I don't need it.
Right.
I'll slam my fist.
I'll be right back.
My shoe. All right, so I want to bring this back to council, but I just want to start because I just want to, I'm good with all this. Thank you for all the work. I appreciate it. I think that's what we asked you to do, and I think you've accomplished that. I just want to know from our city manager's perspective is when can we get the applications out there for the public to apply? And I assume, and I want to get a consensus on this, I assume we'll do this the way we've done other appointments, like to the planning board. People will individually come up, and then we will vote on each person and get an across-the-board selection. I think that's where we're headed, right?
My assumption as well.
Yeah.
So how quickly can we get this out there and start this process?
So we're prepared, excuse me, Vice Mayor. We're prepared to start accepting applications. I'm looking at our city clerk. So based on your approval or your direction today, we're ready to start taking those applications.
Great, that would be, and I assume those applications will be online?
Correct.
And we will promote that?
Correct.
And so on and so forth. I'm all good with this. Any other comments?
No, I don't have any comments or questions. I think this is exactly what we asked for. And I had the same kind of timing. So how long is the application, are we planning on putting that out for?
So the application process is really dependent on how many candidates we get.
Okay.
And I know our clerk is ready to also navigate and orient on the commitment that is going to be of the candidates, which may be unusual for a committee, meaning the Form 1s, it being a sunshine body. And so we want to make sure we have ample time to give that information so the candidates are aware of their full commitment as well.
Do you think we can have this out there by our next council meeting?
So it's Kaylee, if I could, it's ready to go live as soon as council adopts this.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Okay, so the application process will start.
I see the mayor's back.
Okay.
You can have your gavel.
Thank you. Okay.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Lynn.
I really don't have any questions. I was just going to ask, though, if there are any costs to the city for putting this committee together, like as far as paying for background checks or anything?
I do not have that information. I would defer to the clerk or city manager.
So I don't believe background checks are part of the process, Kaylee, is that correct?
They are as a standard for all of our boards.
Okay.
I can't answer to the cost of that. I'd need to do more research, but it would be the same cost that we have for any of our board applications.
And if I could just elaborate, there is a cost for staff time and working through minutes and those administrative items that any board would be faced with.
Okay, thank you.
So there certainly is staff time, which, doesn't show up, but there's a cost, and
I think we have an answer.
the
to
background
that
is
question.
minimal,
The backgrounds are $37.25.
$37.25. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay, Councilman Clufus?
I have no questions, thank you.
If there's no further discussion, then I will put this out to the public for comment. Any members of the public that would like to comment on this item at this time, please come forward. Seeing no one come forward, I will close public comment on this item. Any further discussion by City Council, then I guess I would ask for a
I'll
motion.
make the motion to approve.
The Vice Mayor has approved the motion for the resolution as presented, and Councilwoman Hyder has seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed?
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Next item, I-8, resolution regarding Hargrove Lane Industrial Technical Site Plan. Counselor, if you would read that in for us, please.
Certainly. Okay, resolution, Hargrove Lane Industrial Technical Site Plan, Tier 3, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, approving application number 5530, Hargrove Lane Industrial Technical Site Plan, Tier 3, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for implementing actions, and providing for an effective date. Site plan approval is a quasi-judicial matter, so please, Mayor, follow your conflict rules.
Any ex parte? No.
Oh, Mayor, I'm sorry. During this meeting, I got one resident email, but it won't affect my decision.
Okay, so no one has had any ex parte that will affect their decision today. So with that, Mr. Tyner.
Mayor, City Council, Ray Tyner, Deputy Chief Development Officer. This is an exciting project. It's been a very, very long time since we have some raw land that's located in one of our, only industrial, or oldest industrial zone in the city of Palm Coast down Hargrove Lane. So it's quite a large project that would offer, some great job opportunities and some industrial uses that our city needs. So Mr. Hoover will have the staff report followed by the applicant.
Okay.
Good
Quickly.
afternoon. Bill Hoover from the...
But don't leave anything out. We have a hard stop, just so you know, City Council members at 2 o'clock. So it looks like we could get there, but let's keep working.
Hargrove Lane Industrial, it's 36.3 acres, and it's located west of US 1 and south of Hargrove Grade Industrial Park. They submitted a technical site plan Tier 3. It's a very large project, so it comes to the Planning Board for review, and then it comes to City Council for final determination. It's designated on the future land use map industrial, as well as the rest of the industrial park. The zoning is warehousing and light industrial. This is a site plan, and you can see the north portion and the very south portion are wetlands and stormwater ponds. So this is a blow-up of the area they're actually developing. You can see some of the wetlands on the north and the south, as well as some stormwater ponds. In essence, buildings 1 through 7 are flex space or warehouse. These are buildings that are designed for tradespeople like air conditioning companies, plumbers, electricians, and so forth. And the front of the buildings where the parking is that's for customers or the employees can park there. And it looks sort of like a modestly designed office park. The back of the buildings are not quite as attractive because we're in the middle of an industrial park and we need those large garage doors. So they have a service road running around the back. Then in the southwest portion of the site, we have car condominiums. And basically, those are for people that have exotic cars or an old Corvette, that type of thing, and they can buy a car condominium, and generally you can fit 2 vehicles inside there. So two guys can go together to have it or whatever, and then you can have a restroom facility in the back and things like that. So that's the landscape plan. So we still have a lot of landscaping. It does meet all the site development requirements for the light industrial zoning district. It does meet the parking. It has about 10% extra. That's a aerial view looking north. That's where the car condos are in the front and the flex space is in the back and on the right side. These are architectural elevations of the flex space buildings and also the car condo buildings. And then we have the 5 review criteria from section 2.05. It meets all standards of the light industrial zone. I think probably the most important thing, this project is very compatible with the comprehensive plan. This is the kind of thing that actually City Council has told staff to try to bring in. So it promotes compact and contiguous development. It discourages urban sprawl and provides employment centers in close proximity to transportation corridors. And there are 2 city well sites that are well protected by the applicant's engineer, and it does meet all standards. There's no public notice on these kind of projects in the middle of industrial park. Planning board heard this January 17th and recommended approval by a 5-0 vote. No one spoke on the project, and the only thing left would be reviewing building permits. The Planning and Land Development Regulation Board found this project in compliance with the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code and recommended approval to City Council of the Technical Site Plan Tier 3 for Hargrove Lane Industrial, application 5530, subject to 2 conditions. A letter of map amendment will be required prior to receiving any certificate of occupancy for a building. And then all buildings in adjoining areas shall only be utilized for light industrial uses as outlined in Table 3.4 of the Land Development Code. We don't want the buildings used for retail purposes, only if they're ancillary to the main use.
Is the letter of map amendment have to do with flooding?
I'm sorry?
What is the letter of map amendment? Does that have to do with base elevation? Or what goes into a letter of map amendment? I'm familiar with letter of map amendments through FEMA.
Yeah, they'll base it on grade, like when they're doing construction activities, they have to prove that they're above and
base
they're at their
elevation's good.
appropriate
Okay.
level. Yep.
Got it. Thank you.
And the applicant's engineer is here. If you have any questions, they also have a presentation, or if you're ready to vote, he would probably be happy.
Hold on just 1 second, if I may. I'm confused. You're not looking for retail here unless it's a,
Needs to be ancillary.
well, I don't know what that means.
Well, let's just say you have an air conditioning shop, you're allowed to have things setting in there. Let's say you're selling filters or air conditioners, you can have a display area. So if you're selling tile and you're constructing, installing it, then you would be allowed to have that in there.
So
But let's just say,
Yeah.
what I've seen in the past happened in previous places I worked, these companies will buy the stuff from China, let's say, and selling leather coats or leather boots. So they're selling cowboy boots
no China.
in the industrial park.
Mayor, it is just to be in
Here's my
compliance
que-
with our land development
Let
code.
me make my
Yeah.
question more specific. My issue is this: was the reason for not wanting retail because of traffic? Because my concern is you're going to have traffic if you have showrooms.
No, our industrial uses in our land development code calls out specific uses that are permitted with an industrial use. This is just some language to say, hey, you have to follow our code. That's basically what it is.
Okay, so the fact that there would be some retail traffic is not against your current code.
Certain retail uses you can have in
Okay.
there, others you can't.
Very good.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Can't have a grocery store there.
Would you all like to hear the applicant? Do you have any questions for the applicant?
I have no questions.
I want to give him his fair due, so.
Yeah, no, the only question I had was, does industrial one, this zoning, does it allow for fuel depot? And do we anticipate that being present?
No. Fuel depot, meaning selling of fuel and bulk storage of fuel, would not be permitted in light industrial.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Yep, and my only comment would be that this is a very desirable setup. A lot of businesses have service in the back, something like rims and tires, you know, they'll have a front presentation area and then they'll do installation in the back. I assume that's the kind of retail that we're suspecting here, but I would love to hear the PowerPoint presentation.
It's not customary for me and not really a part of my normal questions for this, but I just would ask the applicant, do you have a timeline in mind when we can enjoy this development?
We go in halves on a car club?
Very quick. Kurt Wempe, Langdon Engineering, Mayor, council members, Ms. Bevan, thank you. I know you have a very short time frame here, so I'll be very, very quick. Can you throw up the PowerPoint and I'll talk about that? Your question again, just
give us a feel for when we can see this going vertical.
As soon as the sewer impact fees have been resolved, then we can, no, that's a joke, okay? I don't know for sure.
Okay.
They kind of want to move forward. There's a lot of interest, actually. You know, there was an article in the Flagler Live and stuff, and there's been some interest, obviously, in the car condos and in the flex space, you know, because people need to operate their business here. So it's nice to have that nice and local on.
And the reason for my question, it obviously has a lot to do with our efforts in economic development.
Yeah, yep. So we're hoping in the next 6-12 months that'll break ground.
Okay, perfect.
So quickly, I can just answer questions. Bill, just flip through, give them a couple photos or pictures. That's what Bill already showed. The blue is the car condos. Currently, phase 2 is potentially more car condos, depending on interest, and all the yellow is flex space. That's a typical look at a flex space. You've seen this, you know, everywhere in Florida. Keep going, Bill. Another, keep going. That would be the backside of a flex space with the garage doors, you know, very typical. Keep going, Bill. And then we have the luxury car condos. Keep going. And this is where I realized I shouldn't have been an engineer and I should have been a millionaire.
Yes.
So that's what's going on here. It's a nice man cave, you know, a place to keep cars, whatever you want to do there.
Very good.
That's
Well,
it.
We thank you for that. Questions for the applicant?
No questions, I'm excited about the project. I'd like to see the light industrial.
Very
coming.
good. Thank you. I would invite the public to come forward if you want to comment on this item.
Jeremy Davis, P section. So my engine builder's right by there, and there is retail right across the street from there. I don't know how an exotic car condo is really going to help us here. I mean, I drag race motorcycles, and my engine builder's right across the street from this proposed plan. So I would hope that that new facility would not impact the people that are currently there. And right across the street, there's also a storage facility. Right down the street's another storage facility. I think we got enough storage facilities. I mean, that's what we're calling this. It's not a condo, it's a storage facility for exotic cars. Go get a damn storage. You got the Breakers Electrical, they're right across the street. I mean, there's a ton of businesses right across the street in that cul-de-sac. I really don't see how this is helping anyone.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other members of the public? Yes, ma'am.
I just have a question about, this is Dolores Robles. I have a question about the environment in that area. What are they gonna do with, like, repair metals, all that stuff? What are they gonna do there? Do they have a section for that? Or are they gonna just leave it dumped there on the side later in years? That's my concern.
Okay. Ray, can you speak to that? Because we're zoned industrial.
Sure, it's zoned industrial, still has to follow our land development code when it comes to environmental protection. There's stormwater that has to be treated and protected. They have to follow best management practices. You can't have the storage outside. You got, you know, recycle bins, you got storage, even the wells that are adjacent to the site, the applicants providing the appropriate buffer from that well, and you got preserved wetlands that surround that whole area that they're not
I
impacting.
think the resident was specifically probably talking about byproducts of whatever they do. So that's handled within our code?
That's handled within our code and code
Like
of ordinances,
tires,
and DEP also is regulatory if it's a
Right.
large, small quantity generator or something of that nature.
Thank you.
They'd have to be registered.
Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak on this item at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment. I'll come back to the dais for final discussion. Any discussion?
No discussion?
Roll call, please.
Need a motion?
Yes.
I'll make the motion.
My apologies. May I have a motion regarding this resolution?
I made it.
So let me have it, wait, say it for me again, to approve? Vice Mayor?
Yes, yeah, to approve.
Okay. So I have a motion from Vice Mayor Danko to approve the resolution and a second from Councilwoman Pontieri. Is there any additional discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Danko?
Yes.
Councilmember Hyder?
Yes.
Councilmember Clufus?
Aye.
Councilmember Pontieri?
Yes.
Mayor Alfin?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
So we may now move to agenda letter I, number 9, which is a resolution approving the amended Parks and Recreation fee structure.
Okay, amending Resolution 2023-131, Parks and Recreation Fee Structure, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, approving amending the Parks and Recreation Fee Structure, providing for severability, conflicts, implementing actions, and an effective date.
Okay. He was just reading the resolution into the record. We can get a copy of it if you need it. Okay, sorry about that. We'll speak into our mics. Proceed.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. James Hurst, the Parks and Rec Director, presenting today the Parks and Recreation goal fee structure for analysis and recommended action by staff. So a little bit of background. October 10th, we came for a workshop with some fees for Parks and Recreation, and City Council directed staff to return these fees for analysis. One of the items requested was to contact comparable local golf courses in the area, and we did that starting around January. Staff called Pine Lakes Golf Course, Cypress Knoll Golf and Country Club, and then we also contacted the Grand Reserve Golf Course. Just a little bit more background on just kind of the number of rounds we've had at the golf course. So in 2020, you see the asterisk there, that's just COVID. But since COVID, we've seen a pretty steady increase in rounds and have remained consistent throughout the last three or so years.
That's pretty much max, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when we looked at the comparisons of the fees, the top area, I don't know if my mouse will work, but the top area is the off-season, so that's generally May 1st or October 1st. And then down the bottom there, and these are both for 18 holes, is the peak season, and that's normally designated between November 1st and April 30th. Then when we looked at the 9 holes comparison, again, up the top is the off-season from May 1st to October 31st. And then down the bottom is the peak season from November 1st through to April 30th. And those are the comparisons we've had with the local courses. Then just a kind of proposed change, we presented this again on October 10th, but just for our fee structure, we were looking to add to the resolution authorizing the city manager or designee to review our Parks and Rec fees each year, and then administer a consumer adjustment of 3% if deemed necessary. And then the last 3 slides is just kind of current versus proposed. So on the left, on the current rate is what we're currently offering, and on the right is the proposed adopter rate. We did want to increase by $2, which is at the last slide. So this is for the 18 holes off season May 1st to October 31st. And then down the bottom again is the peak season from November 1st through to April 30th. Then the 9 holes again, off season was up off season is May 1st to October 31st. and then the peak season is November 1st through to April 30th. And just lastly, staff is recommending the approval of a $2 increase presented with the rates presented today.
James, can you compare those rates that you're recommending to what our private courses charge?
Yeah, they're pretty much all in line. So if, for example, let's, I guess, take the morning 18 holes, it's $50 for the public. And then we look here, and Cypress, Knoll, Pine Lakes is around $46, $49.
So is it my understanding, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, that we're actually charging more than the private courses?
Currently, no. But proposed, we would be a little bit ahead, but also kind of in line with them as well.
And that's my problem with this. We're
Yeah.
competing with our privately owned businesses.
Okay.
We have the best golf course out of all those businesses. We have a beautiful golf course, and people want to play there, and I get it. But we're hurting these private businesses, and a couple dollar increase is not going to help them out at all. And I'd hate to see one or both of these businesses go out of business. We saw this in Matanzas Wood, and it's going to cost us a lot more if one of those golf courses go out, because the property values over in the E section or the W section will plunge, just like it did up in Matanzas, and we will be paying a lot bigger price with lack of taxes and all of that goes with it. I think these fees need to go up more.
Councilwoman Pontier, do you have a comment?
So I understand what Vice Mayor's saying. I think you all did a really good job at what you decided to raise these at. My only reservation to his point is that it seems like where they really it becomes disadvantageous for the private courses is with the Palm Coast resident rate, right? If you're a Palm Coast resident and you go to Pine Lakes or Palm Harbor, both of them, because they both offer this, that rate goes way down. But there's nothing to say that Cypress, Knoll, and Grand Reserve can't offer a Palm Coast resident rate. So it's capitalism. They can make themselves more competitive if they want to offer that rate. I think that what we're doing, one of my concerns was that if we raise it too much, we're precluding our elderly community from being able to afford the rates, and I don't want to see that happen either. So I think that the proposed rates are reasonable. It does make us competitive. It doesn't undercut, other than, if we have a Palm Coast resident who is taking advantage of the resident rate, and there's nothing to say that the other courses can't implement that. So I'm a fan of this.
Councilwoman Hyder?
Thank you for the presentation. I think that the rates are reasonable. I have no further comment.
Councilman Clufus?
Are we going to use the additional funds to reinvigorate the carts? I know that we took money out of the funding for our golf carts for this previous fiscal year. Will this money be reinvested back into the golf course with additional revenue?
The golf cart placement happened last year.
Okay.
So it's in a 5-year cycle, so this would help for the next.
Perfect. So it's going to remain
to the
in
next
golf course.
replacement, yeah.
Okay, as long as it stays within the golf course. I think we have a tremendous facility there. It was at the bottom of the barrel back in 2016. The progress we've made since then is absolutely unbelievable. I enjoy it frequently. I think it's awesome. I would rather, in my personal opinion, I'd rather go the other way, make it less expensive to get more people out to our facilities. But I understand the council's position. But yeah, I think this is fine by me. As long as that money is staying inside the golf course, let's keep it going.
Yeah, Mitch and Roger do a
Thank
great
you.
job.
And Vice Mayor, to your point, I certainly am with you in protecting our local businesses everywhere we can. However, I do reach a point where I would be uncomfortable subsidizing a private business with a public amenity. So I would like to see that we are across the board even. And everybody, through competition, offers that same value to the consumer, and whoever wants to play wherever they want to play goes to it. So
I would take exception to that because
Okay.
we're not talking about private business competing against private business. We are talking about private business competing against government subsidized business. And that's where I take exception. Also, these golf courses, they are limited in their resources, especially with employees. They train employees, and boom, 2 years, 3 years later, we're hiring them away at a much higher rate with great benefits. So we find ourselves competing with our local private businesses. I've said this before and I'll say it again. I mean, this would be like us opening up a bowling alley and competing against a bowling alley or any other business. I just think it's unfair to our businesses. And again, the result of what we saw, losing a golf course, is something I don't think we want to experience again. I would like to see these rates go up a couple more dollars a pop. It's a beautiful course. It's worth paying it. You know what you pay up north to play at a course like this? I mean, it's through the roof, right? I mean, so I don't think we'll lose any business. I think we may help divert some businesses to our private courses. And again, I don't see us as competing. I mean, I don't see these golf courses as competing with us. They shouldn't be competing with us because we're not a private business. We're a municipality, a city. This is just un-American to me, and that's how I feel about it.
So if I may, you know, if you went to instead of $2, $5, that puts you above. Is that what you're thinking?
That would be acceptable.
But
that gives them a
Hold
fair
on,
shot.
everybody, hold on. I'm just trying to get us going here.
That would give them
Councilwoman
a level.
Pontieri, comment.
Are we losing any money if we rate, based on the costs of running this course, would we be losing any money at the new rate structure?
We would be close. We would be losing money, but be close to cost recovery, yeah. It could help us out.
Okay, so then should we raise it? Because candidly, I'm more concerned that I agree with your statement about subsidizing golfers. Not really a fan of that when we need to pay for roads. So I would say that if whatever it takes to be at full cost recovery, we're not in it to make money, but we need to make sure we're covering ourselves. That is what we should be raising it to. So should it maybe be $3 or $4 rather than $2 if you think we're going to lose money at $2?
It may be $5, $6, I think, yeah. And just thinking off the top of my head, yeah.
That's the projection I would like to see. I would like to see what it would need to raise to in order to pay for itself, because that's my chief concern with the raising rates of fertilizer and chemicals and things like that.
So in order to continue the conversation, if we directed staff to come back to us time certain to increase, you want to see it at $5 or
No,
5 and 6?
whatever it's going to cost to cover our expenses.
And I'm not sure if the following
Okay,
is-
could I ask staff to come back to us with the increase that would help us? So break even is a very difficult concept because these, you know, this golf course is not an island or an oasis all unto its own. So there may be some cross things. So I'm hoping that they can actually calculate what the actual recovery cost is. Do you think you can do that?
We can. I just wanted to kind of say, too, that with this $2 increase, we're estimating around $100,000 extra in revenue to the course. So,
okay.
And then I'm not sure if up here, having this proposed change could help as well with the restructure.
Jason, did you want to add something?
Yes, please, Mayor, City Council. So last year, well, for one, this business is dynamic, right? If we have a rainy season, if we have a hurricane where it gets shut down, right? But all the golf courses are kind of in the same boat with that, right? Okay, so nailing a 100% cost recovery is, you know, different from year to year. 2 years ago, we were right on it. It was very, very close. Last year, it was not. And that was because we invested $400,000 in new carts, and they're on a 5-year cycle. It was a little over 400,000, I think, like 430 or something like that. And so this additional $2 generates, as James said, about another $100,000 a year. $100,000 a year, 5-year cycle, $500,000 covers those costs of those carts. Looking forward into the future, as we work to be cost recovery every year or near cost recovery every year, not have a year where we have to, you know, have a different budget or a pump in the budget because of a capital cost.
So could I ask city council members if we directed staff to come back to us with a cost recovery plus proposal, because you just mentioned that it is a little bit dynamic, so you've got, add some buffer to it so that we don't have to revisit this and make everybody crazy with what the fees are. By consensus, can we delay a vote on this, Counselor?
Bill, when?
Hold on. I'm going to ask him next. Or do I have to, what do we have to do?
To defer?
Yeah.
Yeah, just defer it, have
Defer it,
staff,
okay.
or postpone it, I mean, have staff bring it back.
So,
for
James,
further consideration.
how, can you come back to us at the next business meeting?
Yeah, we
So
should
that
be
we can
able
make
to.
a vote and be faster?
And again, I mean, I don't think your break even, I know it's a lot of dynamics there, so it's not going to be perfect.
Right.
I understand that. But I'm more concerned, like you're talking about, we're going to make an extra 100,000. I'm more concerned that if Pine Lakes or Cypress goes under, how much are we going to lose? Because it'll be a lot.
Which they may do regardless of our
They
performance.
may or may not.
We don't
but
know, right.
For
Okay.
us to outcompete them as a government entity and put them out of business is
So
just wrong.
if you all will permit me, then we'll move this, defer this to our next business meeting. City Manager, okay?
Motion, so do we need a
Well,
motion
hold
on
on,
that?
I haven't commented yet. I want to make sure that our council allegiances don't lie with the owners of these golf courses too. Cypress Knoll and Pine Lakes are competing with each other. Palm Harbor is all the way on the other side of town. Let's ensure that we're talking about real competing efforts here. I don't know anybody who's going to go and visit these other places who doesn't already go to play these other golf courses. I could be completely wrong. I would love to hear from staff in an advanced thing. But raising this beyond cost recovery, are we just, so what I'm understanding is we're going past cost recovery, no past cost recovery.
So it was explained to us that there are ebbs and flows or ups and downs.
Yep.
The idea would be that our number would come right through and take care of the peaks and the valleys.
If I understand correctly, that's where we are. Even though we had a one-time, that cost does occur every 5 years, but since we paid that last year, it will be net neutral over a 5-year horizon, right?
We are very close, but it really does depend.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, for
and
sure.
you saw the graph that showed the number of rounds. I mean, this is solely dependent on the number of rounds, right? Like this past week, there were no rounds, right? Because of the 3 days of rain.
Well, it depends on what you
Right.
love golf, right?
So would you allow staff to come back and convince us of that with those numbers? How would that be?
Sure. I just want to keep this facility as cost available to everyone, because I mean, drive by there often. It is a tremendous facility, and we also foster private business through our public-private partnership with Loopers. So
I agree with you. I think that there needs to be a balance between it being affordable, but also, like I said, we shouldn't be paying for people to be able to play golf. I mean, for kids to do certain things, having scholarships, stuff like that, that's one thing, but for golf, I'm
kids,
not on board with
kids
that.
golf too. Summer golf camps.
I
There's a
understand, and we have,
huge,
and that's my
huge,
point.
huge
We
kid
have
influx there.
scholarships and we have summer programs for
Yeah.
those kids.
Yeah.
But I just want to make sure, I don't need us to make money. That's not what I'm saying. I just want us to be able to make sure we're covering our costs with whatever the rates
With
are
the other
while staying
residents, yes.
reasonable.
Okay.
Yes.
Would you,
Need a motion?
hold on, yeah, I'm going to ask, would you be willing to make a motion?
Sure. Motion to bring this back to a time certain with everything that we just collaborated about and trying to get a cost recovery horizon that is neutral
At the next business meeting.
at the next business meeting.
Very good. There's a motion, is there a second?
Second.
So now there is a motion, a second. I'm a little bit out of order here. I would open the item up to the public if there are any members of the public that would like to comment on this item at this time.
I know your concern about making sure we raise it a little bit in order to balance out, but because of the previous agendas today, with the money of the water bills going up, and people just barely making it because Medicare went up and all these services are happening, that's going up, I would think you need to think about that when you raise this, because now you're impacting a lot of senior citizens. That's all they know to do is to go golf, and you're gonna raise it, and you're gonna take it away from them. That's the only thing I have.
Thank you for your comment. If there are no other members of the public that want to comment on this item at this time, I'll come back to the dais for any final discussion. We have a motion and a second. So,
Final comment I would make is let's just make sure we don't segregate just golfers because of, for other instance, like people who use our trail systems and things like that, we don't collect a penny from them.
right,
So,
okay, good point. I would, all in favor of the motion and the second that's on the floor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed?
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We move to Section J, which is our consent agenda. Are there any items that require comment from City Council at this time?
I have none.
I have a couple questions, and I'll be very quick because I know we need to be done by 2, but I had a question about number 10, just because it's a lot of money. It's the stormwater engineering trenchless pipelining project. It says that this is something that we do every year. My question is it absolutely required that we do it again this year? Or, I mean, are there cost savings by, I mean, is this just something where it's like, oh, we do it every year, so here it is again? Or
No.
do we need it?
We absolutely need it. We have pipe failures all over the city, and some of them, with our inspection program, we've been able to inspect more and more pipes, and lining is one avenue that gets us ahead of not having those failures, and it's actually going to be less costly by being able to go in there and line them. There are some instances where we can't replace the pipe, like between homes and instances like that. There's others where it is where we don't have to shut down roads and whatnot so we can line the roads. So we're not just lining the pipes on because we have money. This is something where we identify which way is the best way to go. Replace it, put in new, line it, when do we line it, you know, so those sorts of things. So we have a big long list of lining pipes. I think next year's budget we have a loan to do even more lining, because that money, I think it's more like $4 million in a loan next year just to line pipes, because we have that much of identified pipes that should be lined that are gonna, are in need of it.
Okay, thank you. And then on 13, it says that there was a master price agreement with Argos that needs to be approved. We only got a bid from Argos, so was it competitive, or are we just accepting it because it was the only bid?
Yeah, it's been very difficult because concrete prices have fluctuated so long. It's a year-long bid. Last year, we got no bids. We put it back out on the street. We were able to get one bidder, and that we only end up having one bid again this year because most of them don't want to hold the price for a year.
Okay.
So
We're not getting price gouged, are we?
no, it's the market rate out there that.
Okay. And then I just had one more question, I'm sorry. The ground lease for Verizon at Belterre, it looks like we're changing the renewal rate. What has been the renewal rate? And maybe we're not changing it. I just can't tell based on the lease because the language is really weird. But it says the amendment adds a 2% annual increase. Is that what it has been, or has it been something different than that?
It was previously, sorry, Doug Akins, IT Director. It was previously 3% or CPI, and with the CPI increases the past several years, Verizon's been trying to lock down that rate to 2% or look for places where they can dump the leases. So we're trying to negotiate in order to keep them at the location.
Is it, I mean, do they have somewhere else where they can go, or can we hold their feet to the fire at the 3%? Because that's that's a lot. The lease itself is a good bit of money, and this is for, it says the amendment adds 6 5-year extensions. So we're talking about, you know, a decent amount of money over a long period of time.
Correct. And this is not a city-owned tower. This is one that T-Mobile owns. So they are just leasing a piece within that parcel. So if the lease with T-Mobile were to expire, they would have to expire also.
Do we know when that's set?
I'm sorry?
Do we know when it's set to expire?
T-Mobile is set to expire in 2037, I believe.
2037.
Correct.
So I go back to my previous question. Is there any reason why we need to give them a reduction, or rather than keep it at 3%?
I believe, again, that their comment is that they're trying to see where they can reduce and possibly dump places where we can't reduce, and just with the point of the master plan being to provide better cell coverage, not wanting to risk them walking away from that location.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I think your question's appropriate. Not at the table, it's hard to gauge. Do they set their precedent? Is that a corporate decision that we, you know, we're only so much to them? I don't know.
I mean, I guess if we risk losing them, but
I have to be honest, risking
I don't know.
a fault in an already cell phone coverage, which I don't think has risen to the bar it needs to. I would question that. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm leaning that way
I'm
too.
not a fan of those real long pieces, though.
I'm not either. I mean,
yeah.
I would almost say that we keep it only to the 2037, just so we're not locked into anything. I mean, if T-Mobile's contract expires at that time, I don't see the issue anyways, but just to protect ourselves, I would say rather than do another 30 years, we do it until 2037 when T-Mobile's lease expires. So
Okay.
that would be my direction, but I obviously would need.
Well, you can make a motion in a minute.
yeah, I would
Hold
make-
on. Let's,
sorry.
hold on. So, other city council members regarding the consent agenda?
Nothing to remove, that's fine.
Then I would open up the consent agenda to the public. If there are any members of the public that would like to comment on the consent agenda, please come forward now. Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment on the consent agenda. Any further discussion? Actually, I would ask Councilwoman Pontieri, did you want to make a motion with that consideration?
Yes, rather than the amendment that adds 6 5-year extensions, I would extend the lease until 2037. I would make a motion to extend it to 2037.
I'll second that.
The entire consent agenda with that change to that one item?
Correct.
Just so it's clear. So there is a motion by Councilwoman Pontieri. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
The Vice Mayor has seconded. Is there any additional discussion by City Council? Roll call vote, please. I'm sorry, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed?
The motion passes unanimously.
We now move to final public participation. Are there any members of the public that would like to address me in City Council at this time?
Hello, my name is Richard Startzman. I'm new to the area, live in Indian Trails on 276 Beachway Drive. We had owned the house for a long time, but hadn't visited it very often. Turns out the house right next door, 280 Beachway Drive, has been abandoned for about 5 years. And this is according to the neighborhood. So what we're worried about is that this house is in really bad disrepair. It is also seems to be open to, the inside is open to the outside. There's food items. It's as if the people just left. And so to me, it looks like a health hazard as well as a safety hazard. Can the city do anything about that?
So if I may, I'm going to direct you to Mr. DiLorenzo in the rear of the room. There's a process, a legal process, which is, it's got some detail to it, but he would be happy to go through it with you to answer your question.
Okay, all right. I do have a petition. Should I give that to him?
Yeah, give the petition to the clerk and then see Mr. DiLorenzo in the back.
Okay, just one additional question is, it seems as though the house is held in escrow by a bank. We don't know who the owner is. Evidently, the owner on the tax rolls has passed away. So we don't really know if the tax rolls are accurate.
So I think Mr. DiLorenzo, he would be the expert on how that all, I understand.
Yeah.
And he would be the one qualified to kind of help you answer through that, okay?
Okay,
And
very
then
good.
give the petition to the clerk if you would.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. With that, I will close public comment, and we will move to discussion by city council members for items that are not on the agenda.
I just want to give a quick shout out to Carl. I thought you suffered a little too much abuse in the hands of Flagler Fake News Live last week. I don't think Pierre knows the first thing about roads, and all I want to say is welcome to my world.
Councilwoman Pontieri, any final comment today?
No final comment.
Very good. Councilwoman Heiter, congratulations on your recognition the other day.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you for everyone that participated. Thank you to Dwyer and Knight, and also Mr. Howard Holly from Touchpoint and Evolve Magazine for putting together the recognition ceremony for myself, and LaShaka Moore, the new superintendent for Flagler County Schools. I just say thank you to everyone. Thank you to the community.
It was a lovely event.
And I would also like to offer my condolences to the family of Jean McAllister. I'm sure that some of you probably know her. I met Jean quite several years ago when I volunteered for Flagler County Volunteers, and she just lost a battle with lung cancer on this past Friday, and I'd just like to offer my condolences to the family. She and I were longtime friends. We worked together at Haven Hospice, and she participated also with my nonprofit organization, Remembering Vets. And I just know that there are so many people here in the community that knew her and loved her and will miss her dearly. So we love you, Jean, and we just like to offer our condolences. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councilman Clufus.
Comment, thank you.
Counselor, any comments? City Manager, final comments for today.
Yeah, just per your packet, any questions about emergency or sole source items? No, thank you. That's all I have.
Very good. Then that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. I have a motion from the Vice Mayor, a second from Councilman Clufus, so we are adjourned.